Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, data exchange between systems is vital for seamless business operations. SAP OData provides a standardized protocol for accessing and manipulating SAP data. Let us dive into the exciting world of SAP OData from beginner to advanced levels. In simple terms, it's a protocol used to access and update data in SAP systems using the HTTP protocol. Think of it as a bridge that connects different applications and platforms with SAP systems, allowing seamless communication and data exchange. SAP OData isn't just jargon, it's a game changer. Studies reveal a 30% boost in efficiency and a 40% cut in integration costs for companies using it. But why should you bother mastering it? Simple. In today's digital world, staying competitive means streamlining operations and using data wisely. SAP OData lets you integrate systems, access data better, and fuel innovation. In this course, we'll cover everything you need to know to become a SAP OData Pro. From the fundamentals of OData architecture to advanced techniques for building robust data services, we've got you covered. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. OData Services Introduction. 2. CRUD Operations in OData. 3. Uploading and downloading files in OData. 4. OData using principal and dependent entities. 5. OData service to get header and line items. 6. Function imports in OData services. Let's dive in.
So before even we look the introduction to OData service, my first point here is that why we needed OData. So OData were primarily needed or primarily used by SAP to feed data to my UI5 applications, UI5 or Fiori applications. Okay. Now the question arises why we move to Fiori applications, why we need to UI5 applications. So when we speak about applications perspective in SAP, till now there are two type of applications which we can broadly categorize into. One could be can be said as ABAP applications, ABAP apps, which includes the reporting in SAP or making classes in SAP. Primarily, the reports are called as SAP ABAP apps, whereas UI5 applications are which we make outside the SAP. So first thing was because UI5s were different from ABAP apps, they were a kind of an improvement over ABAP apps. So we moved towards ABAP apps. So let's spend 2 minutes quickly to understand what are the differences between my ABAP apps and SAP UI5 apps. Okay, UI5, or we'll call it as 1 unit, Fiori apps. So another thing to understand here is whenever we speak about, SAP ABAP apps or the simple SAP S4, not S4, let's say when we go back to ECC. Okay, so it was kind of all activities under one server. Okay, there are primarily 3 layers in any application and till the evaluation of R3 architecture. Okay, so one is the presentation layer, which we see. One is the application layer. And the last is the database layer. Where the data resides. So this was under, one shed in SAP ABAP. Okay, whereas when we speak about UI5, we moved our presentation layer to a different server, which was our, which is, kind of browser app or the front end we call. Okay. So let's say in case of SAP ABAP apps, all these three layers or almost all functionalities were or still till date are executed under server, under one server, we can say it. But in case of our UI5 applications, %95 since, or let's say 90% functionalities are executed under client side, which is my front end. Since we design everything there, so the functionality, the load changes from back end to front end. And since we have, different front end, back end, the load decreases on servers in case of UI5 app, in case of my UI5 app, and the performance improves. I'll show you here now. Poor performance because entire load is on one server. Okay, but here better performance because of load distribution. Here in ABAP, if we speak about SC38 or any other program, it is everything is GUI based programs. Okay, GUI based screens, whereas on my UI5, the screens are my browser based. Then we can only use our ABAP apps on desktops or laptops, whereas UI5 apps or Fiori apps can be used on just like mobile applications or websites, desktop, laptops, mobiles, or even tablets. ABAP screens are heavy screens, whereas my Fiori apps screens are light screens because they are made by using HTML and CSS. They are lighter screens. Since they are heavy, they kind of consume and take time to load. They consume less memory and takes less time to load. When we speak about ABAP screens, if you can recall, we have several screen elements like parameters, select option, checkbox, radio buttons, right? So we have in total 15 screen elements when we speak about this. Whereas when I speak about Fiori, we have more than 150 screen elements because it's a website. Imagine websites have plenty of options. Now it does not support some of the website features. My SAP screen, let's say report, whereas It supports, since it's a website, it supports all website features. Example could be playing a audio clip is possible on my UI5 screen. Also, my ABAP screens are pretty decent, or I would say poor in terms of appearance. Whereas my UI5 are rich in screens, okay, because right now these days if we see any screen, so they are like so beautiful. So that visibility is provided under UI5. AWeb screens are suitable for intranet. What is intranet? A local network within the organization. Whereas my UI5 and my Fiori screens are suitable for both intranet as well as internet. Okay, guys. So this was some of the differences why SAP felt the need to move towards, SAP Fiori apps, because it was quite better in terms of, SAP ABAP apps, which we were typically using, let's say 5 years ago or 10 years ago, but slowly and steadily everybody moved towards the SAP Fiori UI5 apps, where we have a better interface. Now, since we moved to a different client, to a different server. So now we need a connection to our database, which is still my SAP ECC system, or let's say the backend database is HANA. I would need something to connect. Then we felt the need for API. API is application programming interface. It could be understood as a connector between the front and my backend. My front end here will be my Fiori application, and my backend here is my database system, which could be either one ECC or HANA. So there we felt obviously we needed a connector to get the data from backend to front end and to send the data request from front end to backend. So that's why API came into picture, and hence the need of OData emerged. Now let's back to our main topic. What is OData? So OData is an open data protocol used in web technologies. As we already mentioned, that UI5 is a website, which means web technologies. OData is used by SAP to make SAP data accessible to other platforms, so that any non-SAP user can also access their data to web applications, websites, and mobile app. So I already mentioned it's a choice. You can you can use your OData service in any of the way. Now, OData is a RESTful API. Okay. Before we understand RESTful API, we have already discussed what is API, application programming interface, connecting front end and back end. It sends data request from front end to back end, and then in return it get data from back end to front end. Now APIs generally work on two architecture. One is the RESTful API and one is the restless API. What is the difference between both of them? So my RESTful API is an architectural style, which uses the REST protocol, whereas my restless web service or restless API uses the SOAP architecture. Okay, the major difference could be understand in is between both the architectural style is that on one side, where RESTful APIs are easy and flexible, and they kind of consume less resources to get executed. On the other hand, my SOAP API, which is my restless API, are not very flexible API. They consume more bandwidth and resources, and moreover, whereas on one side, a RESTful API like OData gives us a URL to expose our business logic. Then whatever data, whatever business logic we are putting in our OData, it can be exposed with the help of a URL such as HTTP. Whereas on the other hand, if I have to expose a SOAP API, I would need a service interface. That is a different kind of discussion. We'll not go into that direction. But to understand what are the RESTful APIs, so in a layman language, just like we use URLs like HTTP, HTTPS, or FTP, let's say. So they all work on the RESTful architecture, whereas they are easy to use, they are easy to expose, and they on the business logic side as well, they consume lesser resources as compared to SOAP API. Then just one thought will come in the mind, and why we use SOAP API? Well, there are certain things which are only established by a SOAP API. So for that, in some scenarios or in any of the process, let's say in a complex process, there might be a merge need to use SOAP API, but in the major cases, we used RESTful APIs, and our OData service is based on the principle of RESTful APIs. Now, OData is not, OData was not introduced or invented by SAP. OData was into picture before even SAP came to the principle of UI5. So OData was first introduced by Microsoft rather than SAP. SAP just reused the existing principles of OData as per the SAP environment, but OData was first introduced by Microsoft, and now it is used extensively since it's an open data protocol. And what does OData do is OData fetches the data from one or many databases and table with the help of select, insert, delete, and modify statement. Okay, and it is based on my HTTP framework already discussed. Okay, in other word, let's say we have a front end which is our web application, and there is some data in the internal layer. So we will fetch the database data from the database, we put it into internal table, and we'll be passing it to our front end through a OData via HTTP framework. Okay. In a single HTTP request, you can get both the data and metadata or table structure. Okay, what does this mean? Okay, this is our presentation layer. I'm pointing cursor on it. This is my application layer. This is my data layer. We understood this thing that from database layer, we'll be moving to application layer. From application layer, we'll be passing our data via OData HTTP framework to a presentation layer. That is one thing. Now, what additional OData do for a user perspective is that it also gets us metadata. What is metadata? Metadata refers to the can be understood in a way, whereas apart from the data the table is exactly storing, we are also able to see the table structure as in what kind of data I am storing. Let's say I am storing employee number, employee name, and maybe his department. Okay, so surely we'll get records for getting this data, but on the top of it, while using OData, I am also capable to fetch the metadata which tells me that I'll be storing one field employee number with, let's say, alphanumeric type, one table field name with the character type, and one field department with character, alphanumeric, or whatsoever. Okay, so this was the intent of the statement. Now my OData service in SAP, we got this gist. Okay, that OData service is used in SAP gateway to connect with non-SAP platform. Fine. Okay, but now there are three types of OData services. This is a broader classification. One is OData to ABAP services. For this, my front end could be a website, and my backend services SAP ECC CRM SRM. Now the second is OData HANA services. Whenever we whenever we speak about OData HANA, it is like my front end is any website and my back end is SAP HANA. So Initially we used to work with SAP OData ABAP, but with the emerged use of SAP HANA, this again OData HANA services came up. And now the third is OData external service. For OData external service, the backend could be any non-SAP server as well. Since OData is open protocol, just the configuration way changes, but again we can configure it and we can use it for external services or any third-party servers as well. Okay, OData retrieves data from database via SQL statement. It works on the same ABAP code as we used to write in our reports, in our classes, but only difference comes up that the front application changes. Now on the screen, as we already discussed that, we have more than 150 elements. So now we have the visibility to put tables, graph, drop downs, radio buttons, and all such stuff. And regardless of what service we use in the backend, maybe it ABAP OData, ABAP OData, HANA OData, or external OData, the feasibility to get that data remains the same, and our SAP UI5 or the Fiori screen remains consistent. So do you see the major advantage here? Even let's say with SAP HANA, SAP ABAP, or let's say any third-party interface server, there is a high possibility that the look and feel of the system changes, how my report look like changes, or maybe I feel a difference in terms of executing the applications even in the server when we work at a server level. Assume this thing, understand this thing, that the from system to system thing changes. Like there are several T codes which used to exist in ECC, but now they're not existing in S4 HANA. Okay, so the look and feel changes. But when we make this services via OData, regardless of the things that backend system is changing or not changing, my UI5 fields remain same, which gives my user so much visibility that he don't need to understand the changes running in the backend. His task is to simply execute the website he or she has, and he is not concerned with what is happening in backend. Okay, let's say we go to any restaurant to eat food. Okay, if the backend is like chef, okay, if the chef changes, do we really care? No. Okay, if every time the chef changes and I have to explicitly do something, it is a task for me. But let's say if just like restaurants, the similar way UI5 is now operating, you just go and put your order in the same manner, and whatsoever happens in backend is none of my concern. So that is the feasibility of OData is providing us. So the the backend system might keep changing, or whatever the system is upgraded or not, uh, my UI5 remains consistent, and it provides us additional a lot of benefits. Now every OData service is created in a T code, we can say, or in a platform which is called as SAP Network Gateway. Okay, so what is my SAP Network Gateway? We popularly known as SAP Gateway. Okay, so SAP Gateway is a technology that offers connectivity to SAP applications using any programming language or model without the need of SAP knowledge, by using REST services and OData protocol. So it says that SAP Gateway is a technology, can be understood as a technology which what it does, it provides connectivity to SAP applications. Even you don't have the knowledge of SAP applications, that's fine. You just should know that how to consume a REST service, and we can get the connectivity to our SAP system. So SAP Network is a technology which helps devices, environment, or platform, as I mentioned, to access SAP using OData service. You have to consume your OData. Whenever we use OData service, we call it as we are consuming our OData service. Okay, and it converts the internal table into OData format and then pass it to the outside world. Again, my database is there. I pass the data to the application layer, and then we can see it on any of the presentation layer. Now let's move toward SAP Gateway, and the T code to access SAP Gateway is SCGW. I'll be moving towards this system now. So this is our gateway builder look likes. Okay. We can just like any other T code, we have a feasibility to open existing project. We can either create any new project, and rest of the buttons we will see as already written. It's SAP Gateway Service Builder. Now, what are the important aspects in SAP Gateway Builder when we talk about OData service? Okay, like whenever we talk about reporting, okay, let's try to understand it in a comparative mode so that you can relate to your already existing knowledge if you have. So or even not, let's say we all might have, since we are fetching data, okay, so there must be a database in the picture. Okay, so to get the data from the database, we need a structure to store it, right? In SAP reporting, we used to call it as an internal table and work areas. Okay, here in OData, we use something known as entity sets. Okay, so the first thing is whenever we go to a gateway service, we define our data model. To define that data model, the part of definition of that data model is we create a project which we will be creating from here. Okay, and then the steps goes like we have to create an entity type. Okay, then we define properties. Properties could be understood as a way that what kind of data we are going to store, whether it is going to be character, whether it is going to be an integer. Navigation properties, as if let's say that we are fetching data from header level to line item level, then we have to define the properties that how my user is going to navigate. Or from the website perspective, let's understand navigation, and when we move from one page to another, we have to define a navigation property. In the similar way, in terms of data, let's say from my one order header there are multiple line items, and so we have to define that navigation property. Let's say I click on this and I need to fetch more data about that particular sales order, purchase order, or whatsoever, so I have to define the navigation properties. Now entity sets, we have two things here. One is the entity and one is the entity set. Okay, so entity type is a collection of fields, can be understood as a collection of fields uh, where where we store data. In if I compare it to plain ABAP, it is very similar to a structure, nothing fancy, just a collection of fields that this data is going to come. Whereas when we speak about entity set, it could be understood as a way of internal tables, that okay, with reference to this entity, I'll be storing multiple values in an entity set, and it is a collection of it is again a collection of fields, but it has a capability to hold multiple records. Okay, so these are the steps which I'll be showing you directly. So what we have to do is we have to go to create, we have to give a name. Let's say I give a name here. We have to write a relevant description. You have to store a package in which you want to store. Here I'm selecting local object, but if you have a dedicated TR and a dedicated package, please provide that details there, and uh, and save it. Okay, before we move further, let's see. Whenever we create a package, there are 4 elements which are created by default: data model, service implementation, runtime artifacts, and service maintenance. Okay, what is my data model? Data model, which you already saw. Everything which we do like this is a part of data model. Okay, all these things, my create entity, their properties, the entity set, the navigation, the complex type, everything falls under the data model. Okay, then there's a service implementation, which we will see whenever we, okay, then there are some aspects of service implementation which we will see in upcoming videos, or we'll speak that in a while. Then is the runtime artifacts. Okay, Runtime artifacts is similar to generation, similar to activating a report. Whenever we activate our OData, it is called as generating runtime artifacts. Okay, to activate it, we have to generate it runtime artifacts. If you see at this particular moment, this is empty. Okay, but when I'll be activating my OData, or I'll say when I'll be activating my OData service, it will generate some runtime artifacts, which will I expand and show it to you. And then service maintenances, that it contains the service server details, that okay, which gateway I am using, where I'm going to consume it. So okay, let's do one thing quickly. Let's generate the first time runtime artifacts. So this thing will appear. There are some model classes and data provider classes executed in backend. You don't need to worry about it. You just have to click. Again, you have to give a package for the service. And the runtime artifacts are successfully generated. Okay, now you see that here, the data model, we had these things already, but with the runtime artifacts, we got some generation. Initially, this package was empty, but now we have several elements associated in it. So what are it? There are 6 elements in it. If we look at it, DPC stands for data provider class. Okay. And MPC is model provider class. So whatever entity we will be creating will have a mapping with MPC class. No, you don't have to do it implicitly. It will be taken care of SAP. So a mapping will be created here automatically. Okay, then we have DPC class. So DPC is the data provider class. So basically, whatever logic we want to put will be taken care by the DPC class. Then we have the DPC extension and MPC extensions, which are extensions to both those classes. The uses we will see going forward. And then we have model class and the service class. Okay. As you already mentioned, entity types, entity sets, and associations are some of the essential parts of our OData service. Okay. Without wasting the time here, let's try to create our first OData service. Okay. But before creating an OData service, I will take a moment. There are 2 things which we should understand before going forward. What it is. Let's open the notepad again to see one more thing here. We got it that, we got data from database layer, we got data via HTTP server, but we got data into 2 formats, primarily 2 formats in OData service. Okay. You might have heard of these terms, or if not, I'm explaining from scratch. So just like every language, there are again 2 language formats which are given by SAP and in which data comes, JSON and XML format. Okay. So this both are just like, I would say, a data giving format. Both are more or less similar. They give same kind of data. The only difference comes in the look and feel. XML has a different structure, just like programming language, and JSON has a different kind of structure. Okay, some as a part of input websites, let's say maybe any third party where I'm consuming my OData would have a possibility that they only consume XML format. Okay, so in that scenario, we should know both the formats. But in that scenario, I might need to give only XML format data, and there might be scenario that in some cases we only need data in JSON. Like for one of the client I was working, it was a GRC app and it was an access authorization app. So that access authorization app used to accept data only in JSON format. Okay, that front end app does not understand XML format. Okay, so we gave them data in the JSON format. So SAP gives us visibility that we can fetch data in any format. It's our choice or requirement that okay, which data, which set we want to use. Okay. If we specify XML format, front-end entity data will come under XML format. As if we specify JSON format, it will come under JSON format. Okay. Let's have a rough idea that how a data looks under both the formats. And it is said that JSON format is little lighter, not very much heavier on the performance, but little lighter as compared to XML. But there are some scenarios where XML is unavoidable. Let's say we have a table like employee ID, employee name, and let's say age of the employee. Okay. So let's say we have an example like this. And the age of my programmer is 34. My employee is 34. Okay. So when we pass into the XML format, for every while passing it to XML format, we have to specify data like this, bracket, name of the field, employee ID, value of that particular field, and then a closing parenthesis for telling me that this field is closed, its data is closed. Same with, again, a closing bracket. And the similar way, it will keep passing the multiple records. Let me change it for you here. Let's say 29. Whereas JSON format is different in terms of look and feel. For JSON format, the structure, the syntax goes like this. We start with the power bracket. Okay, employee ID 1001, employee name Vijay, and his age 29. So we will be getting data like this. And the power bracket closed. And in the similar way, it will keep repeating. Just the entries changes. Okay. For here, it has to be 34. Okay, so this is my JSON format. So these are the two formats we saw that how we get data in this. Okay. And now, before we create our first OData service, let's look at the way how to create an OData service. Okay. This is like how to create OData services. So there are two ways to develop any OData service. The first is by using mapping technique, or the second thing is without using mapping technique. The easiest way is to use mapping technique. Okay, in this technique, the OData service can be developed by using mapping techniques, such as we do their mapping to any BAPI or RFC. Okay. And before even we develop any OData service, let's look at the versions of OData have. We have majorly two used version, V2 and V4. Okay. So V2 version was the older version, as we can get the gist by the number as well. Okay. And then came the V4. Okay. So what was the limitations of OData V2, so that we need to move to V4. So there was no support for the function imports. Okay. And there was the no concept of e-tags while using the OData, and modifying properties was not visible in the URL. Okay. Some of the limitations could be understood in the way that the properties were limited to this character. Maximum length was not so much. Android it has issues with some Android certificates as well, issues with Windows support as well, and the most important, deep insert, which was like deep inserts were limited to only one entity. It means that when we are creating about, let's say let's consider a scenario where table T2 is the child table of table T1 and T3 is the child table of T2. Okay, so it's a 3-level navigation from T1 to T2 to T3. Okay, so if we have to insert value with the V2, we were only capable to insert data up to 2 levels from T1 to T2. But with the new OData, this limitations ended, and now we can create entity, we can update data up to multiple levels, and media resources were quite unreadable in the OData V2. Okay, look, there were issues with the deep inserts, which I explained it to you. Okay, but again we came to V4, but it is not like that V4 is the ultimate end. No, it has its own limitations as well. The atom XML format is not supported, enum types are not supported, and even there are found and binds for collection navigation not supported. Again, there are some issues with V4, spatial types not supported, bound actions and functions not supported. Okay, even the stream property is not supported. Dollar filter, which is like passing further operations on the OData service, which we will seeing later on, are not supported. Or what we can do is we will definitely come back to this slide once we have a fair share knowledge of OData, so that we can discuss in details that why we move from V2 to V4. But let me tell you that V4 is again not a perfect version. It has its own set of limitations, and in some scenarios after developing V2 there emerged a need of revamping it back to V2 or maybe to other level to achieve the required functionality. Okay, so we will start getting deep with our first OData creation, where I will be creating an OData service. Please create it along with me, that how we will be creating our first OData service with the use of mapping technique. We will be mapping it to an existing BAPI RRC. So let's see how we do it. Now we'll be going to our project. This is a project already created. So to create a OData service with the mapping concept, the first thing we used to do is let's get a custom BAPI. Okay, so the T code for the BAPI is this. We will be using this BAPI flight get list RFC. BAPI, basically, it's in BAPI. We will be using this BAPI. So to get data from this BAPI, let's first look at its export parameter, that what values we are getting out of it. Okay, so in the export parameter, we have several. Okay, it's returning data. It's returning data into table. BAPI returns data via two ways. Either it is exporting or the values are returned via table. So here in table, let's say we try to fetch the flight list. Okay, since our data is getting to be of type flight list, so we need to create an internal type. We need to create a structure like this structure. Okay, where we can store our data. So how we do it is, we'll go to SE11. We will check its structure. Okay, look, it's already a structure mapped. So there could be either one way could be that we create entries manually, and the easiest way while creating data model is this. Or when we'll be using this option to create entity type, we have to give the name, and then we will have to create the fields manually. I'll not be moving to this options in this session. I will be showing you to directly import the structure. So we have multiple options here as well that we imported from this. Here I'll be importing it from a DDIC structure, which structure I already show you the name of the structure. So we have to, just like an internal table, we have to give a name to our flight, let's say details, or we call it, let's say, flight details. Here we have to give, and we'll be creating entity type here. We'll give reference to the DDIC structure. Okay, now there is one checkbox at the available. So look, when we create without this, only an entity will be created. What is my entity? Entity is a similar to work area. It would be only capable to store one record. But think of a practical scenario. There are very less scenarios when we would be needing only a single record. There is a need to get entity set multiple records. So the option is either we create it separately and SAP gives us visibility that we can create it along. So by checking this checkbox, we ensures that whenever whatever entity we create, the entity set is create along with it with the same name. It will be created. I'll show you that as well with an addition set in the end. Okay, now it gives us visibility to select. Let's say we don't need entire data, we need only selected number of fields. So it gives me visibility to select those fields. I'll be selecting it. Okay, let me select one more field. And we finish it. Okay, I did one mistake here. What it is? It is a deliberate mistake. I did it intentionally to make you understand that, okay, whatever comes in red is an error. Okay, so similar to a table, for the unique identification of data, in the OData as well, one key is mandatory. Look, if when I'll be activating it again now, it will not give us error. So there is one thing which we have to give as a key. That could be done there as well, or can be mapped here. So now let's see, when we reactivate it, which is similar to regenerating artifacts, this error will run away. Look, the error went away. So we create entity type. Now with that checkbox selection, look, entity set it created by default. Look, apply detail set, as I already mentioned, with whatever name you will create entity, a set with the same name will be created by default. Okay, entity set is created by default here. Now we created the entity set. Now the next thing we have to do is, okay, with the entity set creation, if you look carefully, we got some options in the service implementation. Now what does my service implementation here? So in the service implementation, with every entity creation, you will get some options of its service to implement, which means that what crude operation basically you want to perform. Crude operation could be creation, deletion, or we are reading the data in the query like that. Okay, so with the crude operation, whatever crude operations we need to perform here. So we get all the options to do crude operation. So here we will do the get entity, means getting data in the entity. So there are two options, get entity and get entity set. So here we will be doing entity set. The reason is, in get entity we get only one record, in the entity set we get multiple records. So we will be doing get entity set here. How to do it? Since we are using the mapping method here, we will use map it to the data source. We have to tell the source, it would be my RFC. Local and remote means, is it in the same system or is it in the different system? Since we are in the SAP system only, it will act as a local system. We will give it here. And the mapping gets activated. Okay, you will be redirected to the screen. Now we have to define the mapping here. To define the mapping, there should be, now understand it as a perspective. Whenever we need to get some data, we have to request some data, so we have to pass some input. So here, since airline is a primary key, we have to give it as an input parameter. So what I'll be doing here is, I'll be selecting it, Control C, and I'll simply add one more parameter here to provide the ID. Okay, now for BAPI as well, It is an input parameter. We will do the mapping here. Look, input, and from the BAPI perspective, we have to map it with the fields of BAPI. So we will map here one by one with the fields of BAPI. Just drag and drop, nothing to do. So we just do the simple drag and drop. Now we will activate it. We don't have to write any logic in case of, mapping. The internal logic of BAPI will be sufficient. Now my service is implemented. Now what should be next step is, now I have to go to my gateway. So the T code for gateway is IWFND underscore meant service, where I'll be maintaining my service. Okay. I'll be registering my service and will be executing it. So the T code look like this. First, what thing I have to do is I have to add my service. How to add the services? We have to use this name. Okay. Since it's a local system, we'll be using the local alias, but you don't have to worry about this. The information will be provided by your basis guy. Okay, load the service appear. I have to select it and I have to activate it. And service was created and metadata loaded successfully. Okay. Now what could be the next step is I have to go and execute this service. Let's go back to the T code again. I will search for my service here. Okay, I got the service here. If you look at it, I'll double click on it. It will load it and you have to open SAP Gateway Client. And this is my SAP Gateway Client. Now, there are some methods which we'll be seeing. Let's execute it first to see what is happening here. Okay, we'll be executing it. Press execute. So once you execute your OData service, you will look that you get several options here. So this is 200. 200 means status code. So we have different, just like a website, we have different status codes here as well. So the 200 status code means my request is successful and my metadata is loaded. Okay. So my metadata is loaded. Now, to get the data for an entity, what we will do is we will select entities here, which is my flight details that I created. Okay. And I'll simply execute it. So look, we are getting data here. So whatever, if you'll go back and check into the table, you'll see that we have all this data in the system itself. Look, AC, FA. So we got all the data here from our internal table, with the table which contain flight details here, without writing a single piece of code. And how this is established? This is established with the help of mapping. So whenever we map it, we are able to do this. So the advantage of using mapping is that we can use already existing code, standard code especially. And even if you want to use a custom piece of code, you can create your custom RFC and then you can do mapping here as well. So the advantage is that you don't have to write any piece of code inside your OData service. SAP takes care of itself explicitly, and we got the data here. Right now we are getting data in the XML format, as I already show you how XML format works. Even you can understand the format from here. It is XML and S, which means we are using XML format. And look, OData was in Microsoft product, so it is showing us the Microsoft name as well. Okay. And there are some options even provided by SAP here, which we will be shortly seeing. This options format. Okay, look, even it gives us to format to XML, you just have to create, and if I load it now, I'll be seeing my data in the JSON format.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of the OData protocol? Option A, to facilitate data exchange between client and server. Option B, to handle data encryption. Option C, to manage database queries. Option D, to perform data compression. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP OData? Our course is your gateway to mastering it all, from beginner basics to advanced techniques. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. SAP OData is like a Swiss Army knife for managing supplies, ensuring everything from production to delivery runs smoothly. Learn from seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They will guide you through every step and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. And the best part? It's super affordable, so you can level up your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP OData whiz? Sign up now and start your journey. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
In today's session, we will learn about the CRUD operations in OData. Similar to the CRUD operations on the database tables on the SQL queries, via SQL queries, which we used to do earlier normally, can also be done via OData as well. So first understand, let's how CRUD operations work along with the HTTP protocol. So for create, we have to use the post method. For read, we have to use the get method. For update, we have to use the put method. And for delete, we have to use the delete. What does it mean? Let's see end system quickly. So this is what HTTP methods. Okay, so what does it mean to say is that whenever we have to get value, does not matter for an entity or an entity set, we shall always select get. When we are creating a new method, we have to select post. Whenever we have to update the method, we have to put. Okay, and whenever we have to delete a method, we have to use the HTTP method delete. Okay, so let's see what other operations we can be done along with the get. Okay, a single entry can be read via get request, that is true. And if you choose to modify the single entry, you have to use put or patch. As we already explained, patch allows you to particularly update the entity. Okay, put is used for updating the whole entity, whereas patch allows you to partially update the entity. So let's say if you have to fully update the entity, you can use put, and then you can use patch, vice versa, if you have to update the partial records. If you want to get rid of an entity, just send the delete command to that entity. Okay. Then to take mapping approach means now we have to manually relate to the entities to their data source, whatever the data source is. It could be FM, BAPIs, or let's say DDIC structures. So we have to do the mapping. We can do it with mapping or without mapping. Okay, so how we map it to the data source is, let's say we associate the RFC with it, or we can simply associate it if we have to simply perform operations on any DDIC table without the mapping, we can also do that. So to do any operation, either it's creation, updation, or deletion, so we have to modify the relevant methods of our class. Okay, in the last session, if you remember, we discussed that whenever a service is created, let's go back to our SCGWT code gateway T code, and let's create a new project for today. Z OData Crude. Okay. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm trying to open it, but all I have to do is to create a project. Okay. OData service for crude operations, and we'll get it. So if you remember it, when we generate any OData service, we by default get some runtime artifacts as discussed. Okay. So we get 6 runtime artifacts, if you remember. One is the MPC class, DPC class. One is the MPC extension, DPC extension, service, and MDL. Okay. So the code, the relevant code has to be written in the DPC. Okay. What is MPC? What is DPC? MPC is model provider class. So whatever entities we create by automatically get modeled into MPC class, and whatever operation and whatever data we have to pass and get has to be achieved via DPC class. Now, then why is there DPC and DPC extension? Okay. So whenever we generate runtime artifacts, there is some standard piece of code which is created in both DPC and DPC extension. Now, why SAP advises us to write in our code in DPC extension instead of DPC? Because whenever we will regenerate the runtime artifacts, whatever code written in DPC will be reset to the standard, whereas DPC extension will not get remodified to the original code. So that's why SAP says whatever custom logic you have to, basically DPC extension is a stub. If we understand it in a layman language, we can understand it in a way that, DPC extension is a kind of stub provided by SAP itself, that, okay, apart from the standard code, whatever we have generated at the time of runtime creation, in addition to that, whatever you have to write it in the DPC extension. Okay, now let's open this class and see it. So we got this clarity, okay, that whatever operations we have to perform it in the DPC extension. So I will go to an SC24 method, where today I will not be using mapping method. I will be simply writing my logic, and then I'll be doing the crude operations. Okay. So if you go and see here, right now it does not have any crude operation method. So the first thing you need to do it, you have to create an entity here. Okay. So my objective of you bringing on the screen was to tell you that, okay, we have to use this method. Okay. We have to use DPC extension. Okay. We will go back here again. So let's understand one thing. For create operation, we will be using methods of DPC extension. Which method? To create entity set, we will be using create entity method, and the response we will be getting is again 201. It's a success response. Okay. For update operation, we will be using update methods. Very simple, nothing to remember. Okay. So what we need in our DPC extension to update entity, we will be using update entity method, and there is one I would say one parameter available in signature which we have to use, which is IO data provider, and the response code here will be 204. Okay, let's do one thing. Instead of just understanding it from here, let's go back to the screen, see it there, and then come back here and see what is written. Okay, so what I will do first thing is I will go here and will quickly create an entity. So for doing the create CURD operations, I have created a SAP table, a custom SAP table, Z user info. It's a custom table you all can make. What fields I have used here is user ID, first name, last name, and contact info. And for the record, I'll show you I have created 3 for records so far, so that we can see it. Okay, we have 3 records. So what is the first thing I'll do is I will create a entity type here. Let me name it as a user info. Create related entity set. Yes, I choose to create it. That will create my user info set as well at the same time. Okay. Now I have to import the structure here. What I have missed. Okay, I created it wrong way. Sorry, my bad. I'll delete it and will recreate it. Okay. So we have to. Why it is not giving me that option? Okay, sorry, I am choosing it wrong way. We shall import it from the DDIC structure instead of creating it. So what I will do here is I will straightforward give reference to my DDIC table, similar to the last time where we checked and give reference to the DDIC structure. But this time we will create it without mapping. Okay. So we have to give okay. And here let me keep the name as user information. Okay. And I choose to create the default entry set. Now the structure will be imported. Here I choose user ID to be my primary key. Okay. Is key. Yes, my user ID is key. Let me select this option. Okay, and I made the structure. Now let me regenerate my gateway. What is the entry type we have? Information. Okay, we also delete to this set by manually. It does not get by default deleted by default. Now let's try to generate the runtime artifacts. Okay. I did a wrong mapping. Let's quickly delete it. It's become a mess here. Let me quickly go to data model. User information. Let's give reference from the here. Create by default. Okay. And we choose to select these fields. By default, all the fields are selected. I choose that. Is key? Yes, it is. Finish. Okay. Now it is generated. Now I will. Sometime it happens. Okay. For the system, I guess my system is a little bit of inconsistent for the moment. But let's generate the. It's generated. Okay. Now, if we go back to a class and we will refresh it and we will see that what all do we have. Okay. Now, if you'll go back and see here, you will see a couple of crude methods as well, which is as we discussed. Create entity, get entity, update entity, delete entity. Okay. So we will see the implementation of it one by one. Now first, let's try to get the full entity set. So what we have to do is we have to select the method and we have to open it in edit mode and we have to go to redefine method. We have to redefine this existing method. This is a step for redefinition. You get entity set. Okay. So for getting entity set is the simplest one. What we have to do is we have to put a select star. Let's try to get all the records with whatsoever is present in my table. User info, which is the name of my table, into corresponding fields of. Now here, I guess we already discussed this in the last class, but let's rediscuss this. If we look at the signature, we can pass our data from our class to this, to the front end UI5 in this method. ETT entity set is the method, is the structure or the table which will be passing my data from this method, my backend, to my front end system. So what we will do is we will fetch the data into entity set only, which is already given by SAP, and we can pass it directly from here. Okay, let's activate it. Okay, what I did into corresponding fields of, sorry, since it's a table, I shall write it as a table entity set. Okay, now the other step could be we have to register this service to the gateway. Let me z odata underscore crude underscore srv, as did similar to what we done in last class. Let's open another. I guess we are already into interface, or maybe not. Let's open the service, register it, and try to execute it. Okay, so we will go to add service. Sorry, what's the name of my service here? Is Z OData underscore crude underscore srv. Okay, we will save it, local object, services registered successfully. Let's copy this service, go back to our gateway, filter it, okay. So let's get all the entity sets in the service. Look, with this, we are able to fetch the entity set here. So it gets me 3 records: user 1, user 2, user 3. Since it's an entity set, whatever data I have in my table, I am able to see here. Look. So let's say now I have to get a record on the basis of a particular key. So in that case, I'll be getting a single entry, right? So for that, first thing I have to do is I have to implement my get entity record, get entity method. How we do it? Again, we'll do the same thing. We'll go to redefinition. Okay. And we will be writing a piece of code, a very easy piece of code. Let's see what's written in PDF along with this. Okay, so for get we use forget basically to get the key. Now understand this thing, when we have to get a particular entity, similar to, you know, when we write a select query and we write where clause, we pass a primary key. So similar to that particular select statement, here as well we have to pass a key which will be used in my where clause. Okay, so to capture that, here we use one of the parameters in signature already given by SAP, which is an IT key tab. So whatever, you know, condition you'll be passing there would be automatically mapped here. We will also see that in debugger. I'll also show you. So first, I have copied the structure here. Let's go and see what structure is exactly provided here. It's a type structure, table type. It could not copy the entire value due to length issues. Pair. Okay, you'll see it's a table type. So the value will be captured here. Okay, how? Why? Since it's an IT key tab table type something, so we will get input as a table. Okay. Now let's create a work area. First, we will capture its value. So to capture its value, let's create a work area. Here, since I have to create a work area, I am giving reference directly to the line structure instead of giving to the table type. And what I will do is I will read table Now in IT, since IT key is a table, IT key tab, I'm using only this parameter given by SAP itself into work area data index 1. Okay. If you pass multiple key, you can even build your logic around with multiple indexes. Then what we will doing is, let's say our read is successful, which will be in any case. Subset C is initial. Then what we do is select single star from Z user info into corresponding fields of ER entity. Since here we will be passing as an entity as a single record, so here we have ER entity already mapped by SAP. For tables, it has given ETT entity. For work area, it has given ER entity, which will be passing my result set to my front end. Okay, where now what's my primary key in the table? It's user ID, where user ID is. So we will be fetching that record directly into ER entity. Let's activate it. First, I'll show you directly and then I'll show you in debugger. So if you look here, we have already selected get, as already discussed. For get entity, for reading entity set or entity, we have to use get here. Then I'll be passing one value here. Let me use USSR03 only. So we have to pass it in this comma and using inverted commas, and let's execute it. So we get a 200 look, and we only get this time, if you see, we are only getting single record. Okay, we are not getting multiple record. So right now my get entity set will be working. Okay, how we know that which method is working? Okay, let's put a debugger. Here in OData, the internal debugger does not work. We have to put an external debugger. I am putting an external breakpoint. I'll be recalling this method. Look, it triggered my debugger, and right now I'm into this method. So as I explained it to you, we will be getting data here in the table. Let's have a look how we get the data. So we get data into some format like that, name and value. So we passed, by default it will take primary key. So with the user ID USR003, okay, I'm requesting data for that. So it will read with the index 1. Okay, my size of RC is initial since I have data there. Now it will put select single into ER entity. Even we can check ER entity here. So we got the data, and with the help of this parameter, it will be directly passing it to the here. Okay. So it works this way. So we got data for this ER entity, and this was our get single record, get entity. We can use it another way as well, which is, let's say there are multiple keys and we have to pass only one key. In that way, we can even like this. No, it has to be written like this. User ID equals to, there should not be any space, then values in a column. Okay. So again, you'll get a 200. It's got into debugger again. But you'll get 200 is a success code which it returns, and also it returns me the data. Now this was all about getting data. But let's say what if I have to create a record by a front end? So for that, the first thing I have to do is I have to go back to my class and I have to implement the create method, create entity method. Okay. So when we use create entity method, how we use it? Okay, in the slide, if we go back and see, in the create entity method, in the create operation, we use create entity method set, that is true. But again, another thing which we need is IO data provider. What does IO data provider do? So basically, IO data provider is an instance to a class which helps us in reading the data from the front end. Okay, and we will be using the read entry data method of that particular class to, get that data into our code and then performing some operations on it. Okay, and for this case, 201 is our success code. If a entry is created, my front end will be returning 201 to me. Okay, so let's quickly create the data. We are already into create entity method. So what type of data we will, let's say we put a complete table record at the front end. Okay, whatever the fields I have in the table, I put that record in the front end. So first is I have to create a data, I have to create a work area to hold that data, right? So I'll be creating, how would I know that type here? There are two types, either I create an internal structure, or since my entity is already of that type, I can refer to that information here. How? I already mentioned that whatever entity we create is automatically mapped to the MPC class. Okay, so here we will be using that. How? We will be giving a reference to our entity class here. So whatever is the name of the class, you have to write that, then MPC, then look. This entity, if you remember, even you can go back, reverse video a little bit, and you'll see I created an entity with TS information. So here, with the help of my MPC class, I am directly taking reference to that entity class with the entity class of MPC. I'm not redefining any entity set. Okay, I am just directly taking the help of that. Okay, now what we will do is, and even you'll see, as we mentioned, IO data provider is an instance which will help us, and it is the type of this class. Okay, so we will be calling here directly this method now to read the data. We got this. Let's put the name of the instance as well here. It's IO data provider. What mistake I done? IW. Okay. Here we have to name the instance IO data provider. If you look at carefully, I did not remember anything. All this information is provided by SAP itself. We just should know, we should have an idea that, which instance to be used where. That's all. You don't need to, mug all these things or memorize all these things. Just having an idea would suffice. Like I know that whenever I have to create an entity, something like this is provided. That suffices my way. Then all the information is automatically mapped there. Okay. Now we got the data from the input. Now we will simply insert into, I'm writing an SQL query, user info, values, WA, data. Okay. And whatever record is created, I'm just trying to return that to the front end too, which I'll be passing via the same variable, here entity. Okay. Now I'm activating the method. Okay. We activated it. Now, to create an entry via front end, we always need a payload, which we call as payload in the technical terms. Since we are getting data in the output in the XML format, we also need to pass the data to the system in the XML format. How we generate our payload is very simple. You don't need to memorize again anything. just when first thing to do is call a always get entity method and then use as a request. Okay, once you use as a request, it will be by default copied here, and from here this is a channel to pass data. Let's create a new record. Okay, I'm creating a record USR04. We have to do the relevant changes. Okay, let's say my this is Sam Sharma. Okay, my bad. And as we recalled already, we have to use post here, and this has to be removed, which has no spare here. For the create, we just have to pass the entity name. Let's execute it. Look, it first thing to see here is it's green, it means operation successful. The second thing to see here is status code 201, which again is a status success status code. And what data is created in the table is already returned here. Okay, and we should also go into our table and check. If you remember, till now we had 3 records, now it has 4 records. So this is my create entity method. Now let's say the record I just created, I need to update it. So how we update it? For update, I have to re-implement the update method. Not direct clicking will not work. You have to always select it and you have to redefine the method. Okay. Now let's quickly have a glance of what update methods. For update operation, update entity set will be called. Okay. And then we have to again for getting data from the front end, we will be using IO data provider class. Okay, the same method again, nothing more. And for this 204 will be my success code. Okay, so let's go back here and quickly update some values. So again, what we will do is what we can do is let's copy from it here only. So what we will do is we'll be using more or less the same method. So let's go to create entity. Okay. Until this point, we will be doing the same stuff. I go back to my update entity method. Okay. We read the data. Now we got the data, right? Now what we will do is we will try to update our enter table. Sorry, our custom table with the help of this. Okay. Update, what we will do is we will write an update query. This is an update query, syntax for update query. I'm setting the first name change. You can change anything. Okay. With the where clause, where my user ID is whatever I got from here. Okay. Where my user ID is WA data's user ID. Okay. Now let's go back for this method. Even we need not need to regenerate the payload. The simple thing we have to do is we have to use put instead of post. Okay. Let's change the username. Okay. What operation name we were passing here? Till here we were passing here as Sam. Let's make it Shyam. Okay, I guess we need to pass the ID along here. So let me pass that. User ID is equal to, along with the key you have to pass it, which is user04. This was a deliberate error so that you can understand that what are the differences between the URL in create and update. So in create we don't pass the key, but in update we have to pass the key in the URL as well. So I just did it deliberately to make now you'll always remember this. Okay, now let's look. I just refreshed the data and the data has been modified. So now let's say we have to delete the record as the last part of the CRUD operation. Let's say we did everything. We read the record, we read the table, we did everything. Now we want to delete this entry. So for that, we have to re-implement this method. For the delete operation, we have to use another parameters given here in the class itself. We'll see it, and the response code is 204 for it. Okay, let's go back to the class itself. We will re-implement this method. Okay. Now, if you see here, we were using something called as IT key tab. Okay. So for the delete as well, similar to the get entity as we used in get entity, we have to use it IT key tab. Why we need IT key tab and delete here? The reason is same. In the get entity as well, we were passing a key for the where clause that, okay, go and read this entry. In the same way, for the delete, we have to tell our compiler that, okay, go and delete this entry. So whenever we have to specify a specific key, whenever we have to mention a specific key, we have to use that. Okay. So even if we want, since the code will be very similar, what we will do is we will copy it from here. So we will go to get entity. Okay. And we will be using this structure only. Let's copy it from here. We will be reading it. Okay. Let me close it with an endif. Now, instead of reading it, we have to delete it. Delete from Z user info. I'm putting a read SQL query. What's the name of the table? Value. Okay. I already show you how we get data into this IT value. So in the similar way, we will be getting the value here. In the delete as well, we have to pass the key in the here in my URL, and we have to select the delete method. Okay. So the success code, the status is success code 204, which implies it is deleted. You can even pass some message here. Okay, let's go back to table and check. It's deleted. Okay. So this way we do all the CRUD operations around OData. Again, to mention, you don't need to remember anything. You should just be familiar or having an idea of what parameters to use. And you can always put a debugger and to see what values are coming where.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP OData? Our course is your gateway to mastering it all, from beginner basics to advanced techniques. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. SAP OData is like a Swiss Army knife for managing supplies, ensuring everything from production to delivery runs smoothly. Learn from seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They will guide you through every step and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. And the best part? It's super affordable, so you can level up your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP OData whiz? Sign up now and start your journey. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
We will be learning that how to upload and download any file via the SAP gateway. It means that how we can upload a file from front end and store it in our database table, and the vice versa, how we can view any file from the database table from the SAP system onto the gateway service. So as similar to the way we have to create an SCGW project, then we will create entity set. So the first thing which is different here from the typical method is that uh, to download and upload file, we will be using methods like update stream and get stream. Okay, and the second thing which is important here in the second thing which is important here in the file download upload is that we will be here making a custom table first to store the tables, to store the files. So to store the files here, I've already made a table. So you should have a database table like this, where you will be storing file name, which is a normal file name, then file type, basically whatever is the file type, and then file content. File content is a very important field which is having type raw string. So what does raw string basically is? It is capable of storing, any file, any format, and any data. So it's a very powerful data type, and we will be needing here in to store our data. So let's first try to understand that what exactly would be a flow of control and how we will be doing it. So the first thing is that we need a database table of the type of closely to this type, not exactly all the fields, but at least these three fields are needed to store the file name, file type, and the file content. User ID I have created for the unique identification. Okay, and sci date and sci time, obviously to distinguish the file. So let's say we created this table. Now the second thing, which is under database table, which I've already explained, file content field, which I showed to you, should be created raw string data type. So what does basically my raw string data type does is, raw string data type is a data type or is a data type that is capable of storing any type of field content. Maybe it is PDF or GIF or any image .bmp or even .txt. So it's a very powerful data type, I would say, and it is capable to convert anything. Okay, and the important thing to note here is, as I told you, that here we will be using upstream, create stream, update stream, and get stream. So to upload a file, we will be using method update stream, and to read file, to download file, we will be using read stream. Okay. So in update stream method, we have two important parameters to deal with. One is the IT key tab, which we have been using for some time now. So what it will do is, it will capture the input key field value from front end app. Okay. So whatever field we will pass at the front end, it will capture that. And the second important parameter here is media resource parameter. that will capture the file type and input file content from the front end. Okay. Now, one another thing to mention here is that my is media resource is of a special type ts underscore s underscore media resource. It is a structure created by SAP OData itself. I'll show you how it is created and where we can see it. Okay. What special field does this structure contain is MIME type field. Okay. Which is my technically the file type. Okay. Now, we already discussed, and to download the file we will be using read stream method basically. Sorry, my bad, it is not read stream, it will be get stream. Okay, so and in get stream method again it keep tab parameter will be used, and it will be again used to capture the value from the front end only, the key values. Okay. The second parameter which will be used here is ER stream. So this parameter is an output field type and it will send my file to the front end. It will basically pass my file to the front end application. Okay. Now let's see how we do it in the case of file upload and download. So we have this table, okay, and what we have to do is now let's go to scgw. Let me close the existing project. Okay, let's create one project, name as ZStream. Okay, OData to upload and download streams. I'm giving it as a local package. Okay, now in data model, what we have to create is we have to create a file type for this table with the reference to this table. Okay, so how we'll do it is we'll go here, we will create an entity. I'm giving it as a name. Okay, no, this is not the right way. We have to import the structure. So I will go to import capital DSC structure. Let me create a file type. Okay, and I'll give a reference to the file, create default entity. Yes, I'll select the structure as we are going till so far. Finish. Okay. Now what additional thing I have to do here is, since it's a file upload, download, and it comes under the category of media, I have to click on my file, go to it, and here we have a additional field media. So I have to mark this. I have to tell my system that this entity is going to handle the media content, and then I'll generate a runtime artifacts for this program. Local object. Okay, generated. Now we'll go to the DPC extension of this class. Okay, let me check the runtime artifacts. And the other thing which I want to show is wanted to show you is let's copy this thing first. Okay. Okay, this is the type I wanted to show. Okay, whenever we mention it as a media file, so it gives us an type to handle this media resource. Okay, and if you go to this type, if we see exactly the type structure for this particular type, which is my ts underscore. Okay. I guess mapping will be shown here and extension only. Let's go back to extension and search types here. Okay. Sorry, I was navigating it to the wrong thing. Okay, so it is of this type. And what I wanted to show is that it has a MIME type, which is basically used to store the mapping, store the file type. So it is a very important type and it will be used. So this is an additional thing which is created here. Okay. Now let's quickly navigate to the DPC class 24. This DPC will be and we will be updating two methods, update stream and get stream. So let's first go to update stream where we can upload a file. Okay. So as I already mentioned, which parameters we will be using, these two parameters here will play a vital role. So let's see that what we need to do. First thing is, again, we will do a data structure. We will do a work area for this. So let me make it. Type to this IT key tab. Okay. We made this. Then we will get the type reference of data. Okay. I'll take this reference from MPC extension as we keep doing till time. ts underscore file. Okay, now again read table IT key tab into E tab index 1. Okay. Now we will we'll upload the data. So my work area data, which is of my files entity type, whatever file I've created. So we will populate the fields here one by one. Okay. I am populating side datum here. In the side time, I will be using side time, which is stored in variable this. Okay. Now then we will be getting the file type, which will be captured in IS media resource. If you'll see, it has a direct reference here. Okay. MIME type. Okay. And then we will be giving file content. Its value, both things will come here. And then let's say the file is uploaded, we will insert into our custom table, which is my z detail uploads into this case from value work area data. Okay. Now let's register our service on the gateway, and then we will see that, how to call it. So for that, I'll be going to the gateway server. Okay. I'll be adding my service ZCL underscore Z. No, this service is Z stream underscore SRV, and I have to call it by this. Let's register this service. Okay. Let's call our service. Now let's execute an gateway client. So we executed on our gateway client. Let me see if gateway client has opened. Okay. So to call my service, we would be using put method. Here we will be using entity. Okay. Now another thing here is that we will be, the important thing here to consider is that in the primary key, which I have to pass, we also have to pass the primary key here. So what to pass? So you can, at this moment, you can see here we have one entry. So you can pass any entry which is not in the table. Okay. So right now I'm passing, let's say 112, and then we have to again put this value. Okay, from here we can add file. Let's search for any file available. Okay, we have this file. I'm uploading a JPG file here. Okay, I'm trying to store it. So if you see, I get a success code 204, which is a success code for put method. So my file is basically uploaded in my system with the primary key 112. Let's go and see if my data table has been modified. Yes, that has been modified. So one file has been uploaded here. This is the content which has been converted into system code by SAP itself, and we have uploaded the file successfully. Now the other thing could be reading this file, let's say. Okay, so to read the file, we need to call the method which is getString. Okay, so let's redefine this method. So it would be something similar. First thing is we have to, yes, again call the IT key tab. So we will quickly create a work area for that. IT key tab, type. Okay. Now the other thing which we have to create a work area to read the data. Okay, let's again create a work area type ZCL, which will be having reference to our MPC class. Okay. Now again, here we will also be creating a work area to read what kind of file we have to transfer. Let me name it WS stream, which will be having this type structure of S underscore media, which we saw in the last example. So type will be ty underscore s underscore media resource. When it's a global type, you can access it here. Now what we will doing is we will be reading table IT key tab into work area key tab index 1. Okay. Now select single star from our table, which is our custom table. So we are trying to read it on the basis of value we passed here, and then we will transfer the data into WS stream, because WS stream can hold the data from internal type to a user understandable format. So its MIME type is file type and value is the file content. Okay. Now we have value here available into this type in our work area type TYS media structure, but in the the data to the front end can be passed via only ER stream. So we have to do something similar to type conversion here. So for that we have a method copy data to ref, which we will be using. So okay, so we have some exporting parameter here, which is is data. For this method here we will pass WA stream, And in the changing parameter, which is, I guess, CR data, we will be passing our ER string. So it will basically change the data of WA stream to ER string. Okay. And we will be closing it. Let's activate this method. Activator. Now the key for this is WW112. And let's say now we want to get the same field at our response tab. Instead of updating any value, we need to get this value. Okay, so what we will do is, now we will select get. The method of calling it, the URL remains same. We will execute it. Now we got the picture. In the similar way, we can do it for anything. Let's take any image from it as well, even Iron Man. Let's say we take a photo of Iron Man. We'll take a picture of Iron Man. And we'll try to just quickly execute it and store it. So I'm saving it, and you can run it for any PDF, text, or any file. Okay, so let's try to put some value here. First thing is we have to give a different key. 113. I'm getting it. You can check it's not existing in my table. Okay, so we have to upload file from here. Okay, system is running. Maybe it went into an loop. Let me try to stop it and execute it. Let's try to open gateway somewhere else. Okay. So we have to get the entity set. We have to pass a key. And then we have to call it $value. Value being all in small cases. Okay, even if you like put say it in one word capital and the other one small, it will give you an error. Okay, the format of the file is not right. Okay, first we have to download an image file because this is not an understandable format. Yeah, it's PNG. Let's go back here. Let's remove this file. Okay, let's try to add new file. Okay, the file is heavy. The system is uploading it. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. Okay, the file is very heavy as it seems. Let's try to execute it here as well. If we have any other picture, but I don't see any picture in my desktop. Let me try to search. I have something. Some details here in the notepad file. Okay, let me try to execute it. Let me try to upload it. Okay, even look, whatever the details were there in file got uploaded. Okay, let's we try to execute this. So look, it's got 204. It means the file is saved in the database table. Let's update it. Let's check it here. Okay, it is updated. Even let's see what I was telling you that even if we write as a complete V, capital V, it will throw us an error. Let me change the key for here and let me try to reload the file with a different key. So look, it will give an error. So you have to write the value, everything in small caps. Now let's try to get the file we just uploaded. So for that, we have to use get method and the URL remains same. We got the data. Okay, so this is how my upload and download works.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP OData? Our course is your gateway to mastering it all, from beginner basics to advanced techniques. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. SAP OData is like a Swiss Army knife for managing supplies, ensuring everything from production to delivery runs smoothly. Learn from seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They will guide you through every step and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. And the best part? It's super affordable, so you can level up your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP OData whiz? Sign up now and start your journey. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
We will be discussing about dependent set, entity set, principal entity set, and how we deal around with them in our OData. Okay. So let's start with the concept. For today, we will go in reverse order. First, we will see it on the system, and then we will comment on the slides. Okay. And before we discuss principal set and entity set, I would like to start with one more concept, which is that, till today, till video lectures today, we were seeing that, how we are creating an entity set using any DDIC structure or any FM. But again, there is another method to create entity type or entity set, which is by manual method. Okay, so let's see that method first. Okay, for that I'll take the help of one product FM. Okay, it's a BAPI. So the name of the BAPI is it's a BAPI underscore EPM underscore. You'll get a lot of BAPIs. You can use any BAPI. Okay, so this is in BAPI underscore EPM underscore product underscore get list. So we will be using this FM to because today I'll not be writing any piece of code. I'll be again getting data through the mapping method, which we have probably seen in module 1. Okay, so before we map any OData service to any BAPI or any FM or any data source, we should analyze that data source properly. Okay, so let's analyze its importing exporting parameters. So if it does not have an exporting parameter, the importing parameters, which is just a maximum rows, is also an optional parameter, which means that even if we don't give any input to this BAPI, okay, it will still fetch us data. And in the table data, we are getting header data and some line item data. Okay. So, and this is source code. So let's execute the BAPI first to see the result set. Okay. So when I'm executing the BAPI without any data record, it is simply fetching me 123 records. So today, the intent of first concept would be getting some of this data, but I'll not take reference to any DDIC structure. I'll create the entity in front of you manually, so you also learn that how we can create entity manually. Okay, so for that we'll go to SCGW. Let's close this project and let's create another OData. Let me create a BAPI. Again, we will do local objects. So BAPI is created. So again, as in data model, we have entity types, association, and entity set. So let's create an entity set. Till now, if you remember, we were using data model and then import. Okay, and we were importing the structure from any of this method. Now, what we will do is we will create. So to create, we have to go to entity types, create. Here you have to give the name of the entity. So let me create a product. Again, here you have to select the entity set. It is not selected by default. And a product and an entity of name product has been created. Now, unlike the mapping method, if we used to import the fields, though there were automatically fields. Okay, now we have to manually create field one by one. Let's see how we do that. So to do that, you have to go there. You have to go to basically entity set and double click on this. Okay, sorry. We have to go to product and double click on the properties. So when we click on the properties, we will get a screen like this. Okay, if you do the same thing when you import from the DDIC structure, you'll see a lot of fields coming here naturally because the structure has been imported from the DDIC itself. Okay, whatever field we select at the screen, they get imported naturally. But in this case, we have to create fields manually, and let's see how we create it and how we give a relevant data type to it. So to go to it, we have to go to create button. Okay, this is the create button. With this, you can add or delete row. Okay, you should just get a gist of it, how it looks like. Okay, with this display change mode, okay, you can do the needful. So let's create. So let's recreate it. We'll create a field and we will give a name. Okay, since we have to get this data, let me create one field as product ID. We have to select key here. At least one field should be key. Then we have different types here. Okay, so depending on the type of data I want to fetch, depending on the type of output I'm expecting, I shall select an appropriate data type here. Okay, let's say for this, we will select EDM string. Okay, you can also give certain types. Okay, like maximum length, minimum length. Okay, let's keep it simple for now. We will create another field. So again, I'll go on the creation of field. My bad. I guess system is lagging a little bit, but let's not to worry. Product ID is key. We will be selecting a string. Okay. Okay, and then we will select type. We have to select the type again. Okay. Okay, so we have created this entity. Now let's save it and generate runtime artifacts for us. Okay, runtime artifacts have been generated. Okay, now we will go to service implementation and we will see we have get this methods. Okay, now let's do the data mapping. So we need to fetch an entity set. So we will map it to the data source. We will pass the name of the BAPI here. Okay. It's a local BAPI, remote function call. And we got this. Now we have to do the mapping. So this data comes into header data. We will map it. Okay. We'll save it. And we'll again regenerate the. Okay, this error is coming because I have taken a wrong field here and it is not able to generate the correct BAPI. Okay, so if the fields will not be similar, this is to show you that error will come under like this. So the field of input and output should be same. Okay, now we did the mapping. Now let's register the service on the gateway and then we'll execute it. IWFND underscore min underscore services. Okay, now we have to add our service. What is my name of the service? It is, we can get the name of the service from here. ZAP OData underscore BAPI underscore SIB. We have to select the system alias. It's a local system. Okay, we will see it. Once a service is implemented, you can even access it from here directly. Gateway client. This is another way to do it. You'll be redirected to the gateway client. Now what we have to do is we have to select the entity. Entity set basically for which we are trying to fetch the data. So here we are trying to fetch it for the product set. Allow, and we will execute. Look, we got the data. Okay, we can even check it. That this data will be for sure coming from here. Let's say HT1003. Where is my BAPI? This is my BAPI. We'll execute it. Okay. So look. So this data is coming from this BAPI only. So you can even match the data sources. Now let's move to the next concept we have to discuss today, which is, how this is one entity. Okay, we are getting data for it. Imagine a scenario where, we have a header table or a line item table, and we have to get data from it. Okay, what we understand from line item table. Let's say we can understand it easily with the example of VBAK and VBAP. One is the sales order header table, and one is the sales order item table. Okay, so when we have to get the data from it, how we can do it, how we map the different entities together. And there might be a scenario when you have to, get the sales order item data based on the sales order item number passed. Okay, so how we do that? So for that, we have to understand the concept of principal entity and dependent entity and how the concept around them works. Okay, so let's understand few of the terminologies one by one here. Okay, so for that, what we need to understand is we need to understand what is principal entity, what is dependent entity. Okay, then we have to understand what is principal entity set. Okay, then association, we have to understand association set. What is my referential property or referential constraint? Then I have to understand what is navigation property. Okay, so all these options, whatever I mentioned here, all these options are mainly used to fetch data, header data, records, and its corresponding line item records via OData services. Okay, let's try to understand this with an example. Let's take an example of two tables. Okay, I'm building this table on Excel so you get a clarity. Let's say we have one table called as employee table. Okay, now what happens in employee table is, let's say the table has structure like this: employee code, employee name, then his email and phone number, contact number, let's say. Okay. We have a structure like this. And let's say we have another table, which is product table. Okay. Now product table is, let's say, every employee might be having access to certain products, and it is highly probable that one employee could have access to multiple tables. Okay. So let's say this table have structure like this. Product description. Okay. Let's say we have two tables like this, and we'll make it out here. Okay. Now we will see. Okay. Let's see. So if we look at it even conceptually, okay, let's understand it as product refers to the entities given to any employee. Okay, let's say whenever an employee joins, even he is given a laptop bag, a mouse, probably maybe a couple of headphones, okay, and all this stuff. So one employee, and this data is maintained as well, because when you leave that organization, you have to return that. Okay, so these are two different tables. And so what is the possible probable situation here, that one employee is having multiple data in the second table? Okay, so here employee table is can be said as my principal table, whereas my product table is a dependent entity on the employee table. Why so? Because to give products of an organization to any person, he has to be an employee of that organization. Okay. So anysoever, the product table becomes a dependent entity on the employee table. Okay. So if we understand this, some principal entity, my employee table is the principal entity here, whereas the product table is my dependent entity. Okay. So the principal entity is the entity is an entity which maintains the fields for header table. Okay, whereas dependent entity is an entity which maintains the fields for, as the name suggests, only dependent table or line item table, we can say. Okay, now what is principal entity set and line entity set? So the combination of records, because set itself denotes a combination of records. Okay, so the set which contains the combination of records will be my principal entity set, and the entity set which will be containing the combination of records for my line item table will be my dependent entity set. Okay, let's quickly create some data around it. Okay, so to get the better visibility, let's delete this and let's expand this a little bit. Okay, so we have data like this. Let's say whatever assets are given to this employees. Okay, so let's quickly populate this. So let's say any product P1, which is my mouse, is given to Ram. 1001 P3 bag is given to Ram. 1001 P4 headphones is given to Ram. Okay, but let's say 1002, let's say Sham is a contractual employee, only laptop is given to him. Okay, 1003, let's say to Radhika. Radhika does not need mouse. She don't need mouse. Okay, she don't use mouse. Let's say. Okay, so only laptop. Oh my bad. Here we have to use the product ID, not the name, P2. Okay, P2. And here P3, that's P3. So P3 we have bag and laptop is given to Parsham, Geeta. We have only given so for here, let's say Radhika is also laptop. Okay. So in this case, though it is not possible that no asset has been assigned to any employee, but even in the in the master tables and items table, it is possible that data have some record and product the header line the item level table does not have any corresponding record. So here you see that the relationship here is one to multiple, could be anything. Okay, so let's back to the concept first. So this combination of records is my principal entity set, and this combination of records is my item entity set, dependent entity set. Okay, set which contains now comes to an important concept known as association. Okay, so association is the relationship between header and line item table, or the principal entity and the dependent entity. Okay, so they have an association, they are connected. Okay, so how they are connected, what kind of relationship they have, okay, is known as my association. That how they are associated basically. Okay. Whereas association set is the set which defines the relationship between principal entity set and dependent entity set. Nothing, or just the relationships between set. It's the relationship between simple entities, and it is the relationship between entity sets. Now comes an important term, referential constraint. So my referential constant is a field. A referential constant refers to the field which is interlinked between principal and dependent entity, okay, which connects them basically, which is a common field. In layman term, you can say the complex. So in this case, as you can say, employee code. So employee code is my referential constraint. Okay, so the field which connects the principal entity and the dependent entity is my referential constant. And the navigation property, last but not the least. Okay, and now the important point to note here is that there can be more than one referential constant. Okay, yes, that is true, because there could be more field which could be connecting this table, so there could be more than one referential constraints for any tables. Now is the navigation property. So the property which is used to get items based on header record is used known as my navigation property. Example. So how we call the navigation property is, first thing is the that how we will get line items based on the principal entity will be defined, will be described using the navigation property. And to implement the navigation property, we have to use the word expand in the inner URL to make use of the navigation property. Okay, if you're feeling a little lost, just don't be confused. We'll be seeing it in the real-time implementation, then you will get for sure a better clarity. But for now, we can understand that two navigation properties are responsible for the two things. First is that it will describe us that how we get the line items data based on the header data. And the second thing is we have to use the keyword expand, okay, and the name of the navigation property. Okay, so the URL becomes this. And the important thing to notice that all the above options are generally used to fetch the principal entity along with the dependent entities. Now, one other important thing is to fetch the header records, the principal records and its dependent records in one OData service. There are two methods. Okay, there are methods like we can fetch them separately, but we are trying to fetch the records. There are two methods, which is like with the association and with association set. And the other is without association and association set. So without association set, yes, you can simply expand. You should simply create two entities and then expand their respective get entity set methods. You can write your code or do data mapping whatsoever needed. But in that case, it will not be getting data in a simple, in what I would say, in a simple request, in a simple OData request. Whenever we make a simple get request via OData, so you will not be get both the both data from both the tables in one request. Whereas when we use the first method, we get the data in the both the request. And to use the first method, we will be using the get expanded entity set method. Okay. And to use the second method, we can simply use get entity set method for both the sets respectively. Okay. For both the methods respectively. So if you have to work with the principal and dependent entities, you should know all this all these terms, that what is principal entity, what is dependent entity, what are their respective sets, what is association, what is navigation, what is my referential constraint. Okay. So let's quickly see final theory around it, which is very important to know. Okay. So we already had a word around this, but let's look into this more from a definition perspective. So as I already explained, the relationships between a principal resource and a dependent resource are defined using association and navigation properties. An association is a relationship between two entities where one entity is the principal entity and other entity is a dependent entity. The principal entity is the entity type which you want to build the association with. The dependent entity is the entity type from which you want to get the data based on the association. Okay. So example, as I already explained, VBAK and VBAP sales order and order item table. Okay. So the common field is sales order ID, which you can understand that it is a referential constraint here. Let me highlight it. My bad. Not able. Okay. So this is my referential constraint. Okay. And it allows you to access order items based on the order numbers by adding the name of the navigation property using the expand keyword in the URL as already explained. Okay, so to get it without association, use get entity set methods. Okay, the important thing is we also need to understand the cardinality. Okay, in the example we show the cardinality was 1 to n, but it could be anything 1 to 1, 1 to 0. Okay, 1 to n. Okay, so we have to understand the cardinality looking at the number of records. Okay, the cardinality of the association determines the occurrence of number of records. For example, if we define association as one-to-one association, we will be only getting one principal record and one dependent record. Whereas if in the association, when we will be defining association, if we define the association type to be one-to-one association, so there could be multiple dependent records for each entity records. Okay. So, and what are the additional features of this OData is? In addition to OData navigation property, OData also, provides supports to other features such as query option, metadata documentation, and data validation. Yes. Again, we will be seeing query options also allow us to filter data, okay, sort the data, and page throughout the data, and as we have already established that metadata documentation, when we load metadata in any OData service, it provides us the detailed documentation information about the data model and the relationship. And when we define different association and navigations, the metadata gets more detailed because it will contain the information of data model, the entities we define in the data model, and its relationship across the various entities, which we will be defining in associations and navigations. Okay. And we should also do data validation. Data validation, it's just not about the OData, but data validation in any code ensures that the data is data we are building, data we are putting is quite consistent and accurate. Benefits of using OData service. Undoubtedly, OData is a very powerful way to expose data models. Okay, we can probably get OData in any of the front end by using OData service through an SAP service working in background. You can define a relationship between resources, yes, using association and navigations property. Okay, OData definitely benefits on the semantic interoperability between systems. The end user does not need to know that which system is running in the background. It provides you to run your application on any system. Okay, OData is a widely adopted standard with a support from multiple vendors and platforms. Okay, so OData is just not about SAP, it's a globally accepted way of getting data, way of connecting applications. OData is easy to learn and use with a simple and intuitive syntax. We are already learning OData, and we can see that it is a very easy language, very easy. I would not say it's a language, but it's a very easy technology to learn. Okay. And OData enables data-driven applications and services to be built quickly and efficiently. So you can, obviously you are getting data from SAP, which is one of the very well-established ERP. And you can build services around it where you are fetching data from the SAP, and you can build around it quickly and efficiently.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a valid HTTP method used in OData? Option A, GET. Option B, POST. Option C, PUT. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP OData? Our course is your gateway to mastering it all, from beginner basics to advanced techniques. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. SAP OData is like a Swiss Army knife for managing supplies, ensuring everything from production to delivery runs smoothly. Learn from seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They will guide you through every step and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. And the best part? It's super affordable, so you can level up your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP OData whiz? Sign up now and start your journey. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
As we discussed about the principal entity and the dependent entity. So today we will be seeing that how we fetch data from the dependent entity, principal entity, or as we say, header and item data in one go. Okay, so before we go ahead, let's revise further. What are the approaches to create OData? SCGW. The T code is SCGW. Okay, we need to define entities, entity set names, field, and we have to generate the service. The service is created through the T code /IWFND /ment underscore service. Create and this is the manual approach as we saw. Then again, there is an import approach where you can import the entity from a DDIC fields and generate the runtime objects. Okay, there are other things. You can also expose OData to you can also expose CDS to OData. You can create leverage CDS annotations for service creation. Then you can also use RFC with import parameters, and you can even use RFCs for mapping. Okay, each approach out of all the approaches, each approach offers different flexibility and leverage existing data models, applications, and framework. Okay, and as we discussed, what is the association and navigation? Association is the relationship between how principal entity is associated with the dependent entity. Okay, and how navigation is done. Okay, and with this with the concept of principal entity and the child entity, basically it's a deep entity creation. Because it becomes deep entity, I'll show you that in the debugger, that how deep entity works. But this was already established in the last session, that whenever we fetch principals entity and the dependent entity in one go, it becomes, we use the get expanded method. Okay, so that is an expand entity. Okay, so let's quickly move to the system. Okay, I'll close all the windows here first. So to understand this, as I already conveyed, we can understand this with the concept of header table and the line item table. So I'll be using the concept of VBAK and VBAP, which is sales order header table and sales order line item table. For the better understanding here, I have created two custom tables which are very similar to the VBAK and VBAP. Okay, it has fewer fields of VBAK. And similarly, I had done one from VBAP. Okay, so we will try to fetch the data from VBAK and its corresponding line item from VBAP, and will show to will expose this to gateway in just one go. Okay, how to do that? Okay, before we move ahead, let's keep writing the steps we have to do. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to first create principal entity, as we discussed in last class as well. Then we will be creating principal entity set. Then we have to create dependent entity. Then we will be creating dependent entity set. Okay, and then we will create association. We will create association set. Okay, and we will make use of referential constraint. and also we define navigation. Here in this example, we'll see how we use this concepts more deeply. Okay, let's quickly go to SAGWT code. Okay, and create something. Okay, let me close this projects. Let's create a new project. Let's say ZaranTech OData. Okay, we are getting line item. So let's call it as a deep entity. Okay. Now, as we write, so the first step will be here to create the principal entity. So we will be using import method from data structure. Let's call it sales order header. Okay. This is done. Then we will create dependent entity also. Import from DDIC structure again. Sales order line item. Okay, done. We are done with both the structures. Okay, we are done here. Now what we will do is we will now define association. So how to define association? Go into association. Okay, and create. So now we have to give the association name. Okay, let's say sales SO. You can give it any name. Then you have to select the principal entity here. Okay, now cardinality. Cardinality is how the data will exist between both the tables. So in this case, clearly, sales order item must have one line item, and the corresponding line item table can have data or cannot have data. Okay. No, we have to go back. We also have to define the navigation property. Let's say okay. Here also you have to select the dependent property. Okay. Then next. Then finish. Okay. And we will again save it. Okay, now let's go back to let's see the service implementation. Okay, so each sales order, each entity will get its own method. Okay, but we will go into runtime artifacts and we will look at the DPC extension class. Okay. So to get principal entity and line entity in one go, we make use of a method. get expanded entity set. Okay. But there is one thing to notice. Then, unlike the get entity and get entity set, which are created separately for each entity, the entity set is only available once throughout the one OData service. Okay. And it will be called for every entity you will create. In case you are creating a deep entity, if you are creating any principal and dependent entity for that. Okay. So apart from writing logic, we need to handle multiple entity sets here as well. Okay. So that logic also needs to be taken care whenever we implement this method. Okay. So how we will do it is, first thing is we will create an structure and we will give reference to, as we used to give, MPC extension. First thing is we will take reference of header. Okay. Then we will again do that. And this time, since we have given the cardinality and there are possibility that corresponding to one header, there could be multiple values of dependent entity. So here we will give reference to the table structure so that it is capable of holding multiple values. What I have done wrong. So here we will give instead of giving reference to TS, we will give reference of TT, which is table type. Okay. And we will close it. Okay. Now we will create some type structures to hold data from table. Okay, we are making an internal table as well. One internal table and one work area. Now we made the work areas, we made the internal tables to store the data. Now we will declare one another variable as a part of it, constants. Let's call it navigation. Okay. And here we have to give the value of navigation. Okay. So Here we have to take the value of navigation. What is the value of navigation? Let me check that. Nav sales. Okay. We have to write it as it is. This is case sensitive. Okay. Nav sales, we did it. And then now we will try to fetch the data and put into the internal table. Corresponding fields of table. I'm just putting a query up to 10 rows. Okay. Up to 20 rows, and then we will try to populate it into the final table. So loop at sales order into sales order again. Then we will move expand. Okay, we will directly move these items to the expand work area, the work area which we have created for deep structure, and then we will put loop at other tables. Sales orders WebLib, it is equal to sales order WebLib. Basically, out of all the line items we have, we are basically trying to find the corresponding items of line item corresponding to that particular header value. Okay, so we will put a loop on it, and then we will append sales item. We will append sales item to is expands sales item. Okay, with every loop iteration, once it is closed, we will append is expands to it expand. Okay, and then we will clear this. Okay, and we will also clear this. Okay, yeah. No, the another thing which we have to do here is we have to append the value of LC navigation we created to one of the parameters here. Okay, so this is what we have to use. Now there is another thing we have to do. We already created the data. We get the data, we fetch the data, we make it in the entity set. But again, to pass it to the front end, we have to pass it to ER entity set. And to pass it to ER entity set, we have to make use of another method, which is copy ref data. Okay. So I'll show you where that method even exists. So this is the method of this interface. Okay. And copy ref data, its method only. Okay, this interface is by default inherited. So we have to call this method. Okay. We can directly write it if we remember it, or the other way to do so could be we go to pretty printer. Okay. Sorry, we go to pattern. It's wrong here. Let's go back and check. To copy this here. Okay, look, we got it. I was entering the class name wrong. So here we will pass the internal table, which is my IT, expand, and from changing data to ER entity set. And we will activate it. Now we will register our service to the gateway. Okay. Z order at a deep entity. SRV local. We will add selected service and then we will try to execute it. Our OData service. Okay. So let's try to get the metadata first. So it shows that we have sales order header set, sales order item set. Okay, now let's go. Okay. Now to call the navigation, what we have to do is the URL is like this, $, expand, as we have already established. Whenever we call the principal entity and the dependent entity, we always have to make use of keyword nav, and then we have to write the navigation name. And the navigation name here in URL as well is case sensitive, to write it in the similar way, as we have given it in the method, and then we will execute it. So you'll see we get the status code as 200. It means the data fetch is successful. Now let's see how we got the data. Okay, let's have a record. Okay, so this, if you look, this was my header table. I declared weblinks all at VB type TBORG in my master table. Then I can show you here. That's what the fields there. Okay, and then at the line item table corresponding to this, look, it might not have that corresponding line items table, and whatsoever will be displayed here. Okay. Okay, this is auto line item table. we are getting sales order item data, sales order address 6. We are getting the values. Okay, let me check the code once again. Let's execute this. No. Okay, so we are getting data here, but it looks like we are not getting the item data. Okay, so what we will do is, okay, and this is something I have intend to do deliberately. So let's have a look at why this is happening. Okay, so that we both can have a better clarity of it. So we got into debugger. Okay, so why this is happening is, look, we have quite a multiple data set we are retrieving in both the cases. So that is why it is not able to show us the data. How can we tackle this situation is, how we can tackle this situation. So basically the fields, it's not the fields, but I would say rather the data. The data is not matching when in terms of, the line item table and the dependent table. Okay, so what we can do is, for all entries in IT sales order, IT sales orders with, okay. We are getting the data, we are again not getting the data, okay. Why? We are not again getting the data. Okay, one approach could be, let's do it that way. Sometimes what happens, it does not take it directly. So we give the name of that. And we are executing it. Let's see what happens now. Okay. So this was the mistake I was making, and I was deliberately making it kind of so that you can always remember this, that whenever we have to create an entry set, look, in this contest, every time we are getting this header line item table as well as header table. And this is every time because we should always give the name of navigation at the time of data declaration, because you just saw that when we don't give it, like, my compiler gets confused and the data does not get populated correctly. So we should always give the name of the navigation used for creating that type of internal table. Okay, so this is how we create it. We get the data from dependent set and principal entity, and in the next session we will also see how we get with another example. We will see one more time the get expanded entity. Then we will see how we create payload for the creating a deep entity, and then we will create deep entity and we will push data from one query into multiple tables.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP OData? Our course is your gateway to mastering it all, from beginner basics to advanced techniques. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. SAP OData is like a Swiss Army knife for managing supplies, ensuring everything from production to delivery runs smoothly. Learn from seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They will guide you through every step and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. And the best part? It's super affordable, so you can level up your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP OData whiz? Sign up now and start your journey. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
The functionality of function import in SAP OData. Okay, so whenever the first thing to understand here is that whenever we say function import, it does not means that we are importing a functional module. Okay, this concept is quite different from the function modules concept. Okay, so then the question arises that why do we need function import? So the answer is straightforward. Anything which cannot be done with the help of CRUD operations in SAP OData can be achieved with the help of functions import. Okay, what is function import? Function imports are used to perform an action on the business object that cannot be executed by using CRUD operations, CRUD query operations. Okay, so whatever cannot be done via simple entities, deep entities are achieved by a CRUD operation. The simple examples could be understood as the release of a sales order. Okay, let's say that we have to release a sales order. So how we can do this with the CRUD operations? No, we cannot do it. We cannot get the data. We cannot post it because it is a releasing of a sales order. Just not simply means changing the property status in an entity. It is rather a back-end process. It's a complicated process. So for such processes where defining various entities and then relationships between them is difficult to handle, they can be easily done by function imports. Confirming an order or performing an availability check. So what is the process where how the function import works? What is the data model definition for it? So you can define the function import and parameters with the following data. So what we have to do is we have to define a function import. We have to give it a name. We have to define its return type basically. Okay. So we have three type of return types. I'll also show in the system. One is the complex type, entry type, and no return. So basically either you don't return anything, either you are returning a complex type, or simply you are returning the entity type which you will be defining for your data. Now return type kind, you will give the entity name, then you have to also map the cardinality. The cardinality is simple as that what kind of relationship it will have. HTTP method, okay. So the function import supports two HTTP method, get and post. Unlike the queued operation, it does not get, post, put, patch, delete, and all stuff. Only two operations are allowed, get and post, which you have to define at the time of URL as well as within the entity as well. And then you have to define the function import parameters. That is fine, that whatever value you want to import in the function. Okay, you import function in the name in one of the methods called as execute action. Okay, there you have to get the function import name. You have to get the value from one of the parameters which will be used which we will be using, which is IO underscore tech underscore request context. Okay, so we will be using this method in our front end to get the value of the function import. So in the similar way, we will implement it. So execute action is our method, and it is a global method, means for all entities it is only present once. Okay, so we have to use it. So let's go into our system first and jot down the points we have to do, okay, for a better understanding, and then we will be seeing a practical scenario. So anything which cannot be done via will be done by function import. Okay. The preferable options could be confirmation of a work item, we get some statuses. So this could be some of the examples for the function imports, in which scenario we use it. So in today's requirement, let's try to create a scenario where we'll be implementing the function import. So let's say we have to get the sales order statuses for a particular vendor. Okay, so for this we have a table called as VBuck. Okay, so when we look at the VBuck, there is one indicator RFSTK. If we go and see its value, it has three values. Okay, referenced. Okay, let me go to here. So it has three values: not released, not yet processed, partially processed, and completely processed. Okay, so let's see, we have to get statuses for all the sales orders. We have to see that how many sales order are completely processed, how many sales order are partially processed, or how many sales orders are not yet processed. Okay. So, and for getting data for, sales order related to a particular customer, we have to go to here. So VBAK contains the relationship between this table. So we'll be putting for all entries for both the table, and then we will getting the data. So let's say we create an function import by name, so count status. Okay. So what we will be doing is, okay, we will be passing customer number on our Fiori app gateway. Let's say gateway here, and we will be getting status count for all the sales orders to that vendor. Okay. Now here HTTP we will be using is get HTTP. Okay. Okay. So let's do it in system now. Close this. Now what we will do is first thing ever whenever we create a function import is to create a function import. Okay. So by status. Okay. Let's say this is the name I'm giving. So as I already explained at the time of creation, so you have to define the return type. So we will be returning the entity type. Here we have to define the cardinality. I'm taking it as a one-to-one relationship. Okay, so here you have to define entity type. So to get the name of the entity, let's create an entity first. Yeah, let's create a status only. Okay. We will go to which property. Let's say completely processed. Partially processed. Okay. No processed, not processed. Okay. We will define it as a customer. We will give types to each and every field of the entity. Okay. Now we got it. We save it. Now we will come here again. We will give the type. Here we also have to specify the HTTP request we want to use. At the time of the discussing theory, we also mentioned that only get post is allowed, and this requirement we will be using get. Okay. We did it everything. Okay, one more thing we have to do is we have to give the import parameter. So how to give the import parameter? give its type. Okay. We will save it. Okay, the project is the OData service is successfully implemented. Now what we have to do is we will write the code now. Okay, so we have to write code and execute action method. Okay, so let's quickly go to the DPC extension class and see the data there. The first thing we do here is, as I already explained, we will get the value in you will be getting value in this IoTech context, and in the action name we get the name of the function import. Let's say in any requirement we have multiple function imports, so we can handle it via this method. Okay, so we'll be putting a case here. Okay, let's go back and check what is the name of account SO by status. The first thing is I'll show you how the URL works, and then we will be writing our code. So I'll be activating this method and I'll be putting a breakpoint here. To do that also we have to register our service. So let's quickly go to the gateway. Our service, what is the name of our service? Z function SO count. We will do it. This is done. And now what we will do right now is we will be executing it on gateway client. Okay. So the first thing is whenever we use function import, we don't have to do this thing. Okay. Okay, let me do. First thing is let's get the metadata of this. Okay. So look, whenever we get metadata as well, so if you look at the metadata clearly, it will give you entity, SO status, data, SO status set, which is my set entity, and okay, so this is my OData. Okay, this is my metadata. Okay, so what we do is here, okay, not the name of the function. What we have to do here is we have to give the, instead of, unlike the name of giving entity, we have to give the name of the function import here. Okay, with its import parameter and a value. So look, this will get debugged. And what is the name you're getting? SO count. Okay. So even I'll show you this variable weight. If you look at IoTech count, okay, here we have to its birthday, but let me check if we can see the value. We cannot here. So we have to read it, but we get the value of properties here. Okay. So right now it will not give you anything because we have not written the code. So let's quickly write the code here in it. So okay, so this type of URL helps us in reaching there. So this is the URL for any function import. So what I'll do is get parameters. Okay, this is fine. Then we will store it. I'm making use of new syntax here where I'm reading the table IT para with index 1. If you don't understand new syntax, I would request you to write simple read statement reading with index 1. Okay, that will also get you the same results. From BK where recognize is equal to LB now. Okay. LTVBK also has to be LTVBK. Okay, since it's a dynamic, we will use select for all entries. And okay, that's fine. Now we will get the data. Okay, now we'll pass it to the table. For that, we have to declare a local structure as we kept using giving reference to the MPC class. Let's declare a work area type ZCL_set function SO count MPC giving reference to that structure. What structure do we have? Okay, SO status, that's fine. List counts and customer, we will put the value of LV Kunal. The rest of the thing we will write as a loop. VBook assigning field symbol FS VBook. Okay, again, the name of the table wrong. It has to be LTVBook. So now we will put a check on this. So, okay, it has to be this way. Case, and we will be putting check on. Okay. That's fine. Now, let's close the signature for a while. ls count with not processed. Then what we have to do is we have to pass this work area to our ER entity structure. Okay, we have already done it many times. So we will be doing it with the help of copyref2 data method. Okay, so let's call that. Yeah, this method. Okay. Can it work like this? Over. What we have to pass here is ls copy count, ls count, and here we will pass the data to the AR data. Okay, we will save it, we will activate it. Okay. And we copy it, call it like this. Okay. Now we will be going to front end, copying it again and checking it. Okay, debugger does not get hit, but let's say we got the data. Okay, so for the customer number, we have 5 completed processed sales order, 5 partially processed sales order, let's say, and 7 not yet processed sales order. Okay, so you can again go and put a debugger there and see it. Okay, I'm just going to write down final steps for you. You have to create function import. Okay, define its return, define HTTP method, and you have to create a related entity. Okay, use it in FM. Find import parameter. Okay, and then we have to use execute action method. Where we will be calling this, and then write our code passing data to code to ref, and then we can call our method, and instead we also have to define the HTTP method, specify basically HTTP method, or rewrite it, fine, and then in URL, instead of giving entity name, here we have to give our function import name. Okay, so this is how we uses function import in SAP, and it is helpful in some of these scenarios. Okay, So whenever you feel that this requirement is not getting fulfilled by crude or deep entity, try consider using a function import once. Maybe the requirement gets fulfilled.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard OData format? Option A, JSON. Option B, XML. Option C, CSV. Option D, Atom. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP OData? Our course is your gateway to mastering it all, from beginner basics to advanced techniques. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. SAP OData is like a Swiss Army knife for managing supplies, ensuring everything from production to delivery runs smoothly. Learn from seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They will guide you through every step and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. And the best part? It's super affordable, so you can level up your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP OData whiz? Sign up now and start your journey. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
We will be, seeing that how we create deep entity, expanding deep entity as we will be implementing deep entity. So basically what happens is, let's say we have, multiple tables which are connected to each other. Okay, then there are multiple ways to, navigate through them to maintain them. I guess in the earlier session, we also saw that, we saw one example of that, how we can create a deep entity, how we basically implement that method for basically parent-child relationship. Okay, so why this method is so important is, let's say in a project in real-time scenario, this generally happens that, we have 10-15 entities throughout the project. Okay, so there are two methods to get data from each entity. Either we create and get entity for every method, and we get data from different entities, and the problem does not lie here that we have to there will be 15 get entity set method. That is not an issue. Where the issue lies is that you need to give those 15 URLs to the Fury people. Okay, so for Fury people it is difficult, and honestly, being an ABAPer, being a technical consultant, you even don't want that, to pass them to 15 different URLs, maintaining a documentation of that 15 URLs. And let's say there could be a requirement as well when you need those 15 URL, those several entities, not let's say 15, let's say 3-4 entities in one go. So why to, maintain different URLs for those? Why not to implement a simple deep entity, get expand entity set, and get data in one go, while the relationship between them already exists. So in today's case, we will be, now to get data, there could be different ways. You can write your own code, or probably you can write a code in custom RFC. Okay. So in today, we have already seen some insights of deep entity, how we do it. But in today's session, we'll see it up to 3 level. And in today's session, we have hider, then we have an item, then let's say we have a shipping item as well. Okay. And how to get data for different levels in a single go, and also how to generate all the runtime artifacts and all such stuff. And we'll also be seeing that apart from just getting the data, how we will be putting the data, multiple entities in one go. Till this time we were only doing we only did it through for a single entity. We did create and update for a single entity. In today's session, we will do it for a deep entity. Okay, if you're already from a web background, you must be knowing the concept of table type. Deep entities means table inside table. Okay. In the similar way, it's not deep table in OData. It's rather a deep entity. Okay, where you have multiple relationships between tables, and you get data from them. So let's see how we have already seen though this type that how we create navigation. And today's we'll also see about this deep navigation, how we create it, how we maintain that navigation, and we'll see in today's session we'll see the expand deep entity in a bit more deeper way, I would say, and then we will move to create deep entity. Okay, and then how to uh you know how to generate payload for it. That is also a very important thing, that how we possibly generate payload for it, how to understand it. Okay, so before we move here, I would like to explain a bit to you what we intend to do today. Okay, so let me explain this with the help of an Excel, where I'll try to make it more understandable for you. So I have created three custom tables which I'll show to you. Okay, so the first table, you can understand it as a replica of sales header entity set. Okay, and the second is, let's say, sales item entity set, and the third is sales shipment entity set. Okay, now let's say this is my header table. Okay, so there is one method, let's say header get entity set method. If I have to get data for only this header set, you must have item method here. Okay, method here as well. Okay, so this is sorted, this is sorted. What it gets is, its output here is we get sales header details here. Okay, here we get sales item details, and here we get sales shipment detail. Okay, now let's say we have to get data from three entities. Okay, till now, let's say the requirement is like we have to get data. Okay, there is no hard and fast rule how to get data. So probably you implement all this method, you generate three URLs, something like this, for every entity set, something whatsoever is your server, and then sales header. Okay, and let's say in the similar manner for all three. Okay, but now, is it a very feasible way? While let's say a relationship exists between each of them. Okay, then why not to get data in one go? It would be, instead of handling three URLs, isn't it be easy to get data from all three tables in one go? Okay, so let me show you the three tables. Okay, we have this first table, header. Okay, sales order number is the key here. Then we have created. Item is the key here. Okay, the combination of both, so it is possible that they can have multiple entries. Then we have shipment table here. Okay, with shipment number and all such stuff. So we can obviously get data from all these three tables in one go. So what we will do here is we will create an entity sales header SID. We have three for now, which is like this. Okay. This is my first entity. Okay. Let's say then have this. Then this is our second entity. Okay. And let's say we have third entity. Let's maintain the relationship between them. For now, we have something like this. Let's not keep all borders. Let's only keep the outside borders. Okay. So we have three structures like this for now. Okay. Now what we have to do is we have to create one big structure, one deep structure. Okay, how we will do it? The mapping would be, let's assume something like this. SID. Sorry, my bad. Let's say this is our deep entity which we will be creating. So the first is SID. The second would be order type. And the third would be sales item, underlying which we would have further details like SID, which will help us in mapping item number, math. Then again the third column, fourth column I would say, which would be my shipment details. Then there would be some shipment number. It's okay, and this will come as a one entity with one URL. We don't need to create multiple URLs. We don't need to remember anything. In just one go, we will be getting this entire deep entity, the data of entire deep entity. So for this, we will be creating associations and navigations as we have already seen in the last lecture, but again, we'll be repeating. And today we'll be going up to 3 levels, how we get for 3 levels. Okay. So without wasting time, let's go to the system. We are already in SCGW. Let's create a project. Okay. Z deep. I'm not sure. Let's see if that is available. Z deep entity. Okay. OData service for a deep entity. It is created. Now we will create 3 entities of 3 tables as we have shown. You can use manual method. Okay, let me use both. We'll revise everything today. Okay, so let me first We can create, okay. I'm just in no mood. I'm just importing it, but you can also create it from here, okay. Just to, do quickly. I'm directly importing, but I guess we have already discussed how we can manually create them as well. So we will be importing structure. Let me name it as an sales header, okay. Sales ID is my key here. One entity is created. Now we are creating second importer. Did I see structure? Let's go back and check the sales item. Okay, entering the type here. Next, mandate again gone. Finish. Then again we will do import ship sales shipment. I did a mistake in sales shipment, which is I did not maintain a primary key. So let's go here and let's quickly correct that. This I will also make sure that I have maintained it properly. Yes, okay. Let's expand this. Let's generate the runtime artifacts for our entity. It's generated. Okay. Now we will first we will do to MPC extension class. Okay. The method remains same. First thing we will do is we'll copy this empty extension, and what we will do is we will create a deep type structure. My bad, I have to go here. We will implement it, and in the types we will declare one more type. Let's name it as deep entity only. The two fields in first header structure. This has to be length 10 as VPLN of length 10. Okay. Then we will declare two items. Item type table of TS item sales item. Okay. And then we will do one thing, which is shipment, and we have forgot to declare associations and navigations. Let's go back. Okay, create that sales shipment. Okay, so first thing we will do is we will create the association and navigation. Let's go to SEGW. Okay, let's close this service implementation. No, we will go in association, create. Okay, I will be creating one header to item navigation. From header, let's select our say header set. which is my sales header. Let's select our entity set, which is my sales item. Okay, we'll define cardinality. I'm defining 1 to n. Okay, navigation property I'm naming as header to item navigation. Here we will define one property which will bind them, which is common in both, and we finish this. Okay, now let's again define the second association, which would be my, let's say, header to ship. I will be sales header already selected. Sales here, it will be ships item, sales shipment. Okay, 1. Then in this case, it would be 1 to n. Okay, I will be naming it item to ship navigation, header to shipment navigation, basically. Okay. Then again, we would be selecting here sales order ID, which is binding in both the tables. And here we are done. Okay, we are getting some error. Let's try to see what it is that. Okay. So when you're doing this, make sure that this is not generated. This is not open, because else it will give you an error. Okay, and with navigation defined, sometimes the code here gets changed. So let's make sure we still have a deep entity. Okay, so deep entity is gone. Okay, so this is a normal thing, so we have to redefine. So make sure that you don't change navigation frequently after that, and if you do, you do keep a copy of this. Okay, starting with TS and I'm ending with the DY entity. Okay, then let's do one thing. SID type C length 10. Okay, we have OD type C length 4. Then we have item type table of TS sales item with default key. Okay, ship table of TS sales shipment with default key. Okay, and the last thing you have to do is you have to just to go to the navigation name. Okay, then whatever name you have given here, make sure to give the same name here. Now this is ready. It does not get copied properly. Let's replace it manually. Ship nav. Okay. Okay, then this is done. This is done. Why this is giving error now? This is not fair. I just hope it still exists, but for the safer side, I don't want to write code for the third time. And again, it's gone. That's pretty cruel. I don't know. Okay, we are lucky that, because though we are doing change in MPC extension, we have opened like MPC extension, but we are kind of redirecting to MPC. So every time we redirect, DPC and MPC get changed. Okay, so just be careful about things. Now let's go to DPC extension class. Okay, and we will change it. What we will do is we will simply, we will be simply changing the implementing the get entity set method. Without wasting time, let's go back quickly here. So we'll be doing data declarations. First, we will be creating a table for deep entity type, table of ZCL class name, ZCL Z deep entity MPC extension, and we'll give reference to the type structure we have just created, TS deep entity. Perfect. Then we will be creating an work area for it, which would be my, let's say, work area deep entity like line of IT deep entity. Okay. Then we will be doing declaration for type structure, declarations for table. For the better visibility, I'm just removing this piece of code. Okay, buddy, delete it. Then what we'll be doing is data IT header type table of ZZ tab underscore S. Header is the table I've created for sales order header. Then I am creating an internal table for item. Okay. There is another table for IT shipment. Okay. Then what we will doing is, we have created an internal structure. We'll create two more work areas for the structure inside structure. Okay. So basically what I'm trying to do is Z deep, not deep, one deep entity MPC extension, and I'll give reference to the structure of item it have. Okay. So we are good. Also, we have to declare two navigation units here. HRD. Make sure you type them as it is. Okay. Type string must be the type. Okay. HRD2. That is to be to ship navigation. Okay. We are good here. Then what we will do is, since we can have multiple entries here, as already discussed, we will be putting a case statement here. Event is same already in the parameter signature. Okay. Name of the set. What is the name of the set? Let me check it. The sales header. Sales header. Since it's set, we have to put set in the end. We'll close it. Okay. Let's write a piece of code. Okay, for better understanding, first let me do one thing. Let me delete some of the data from the database tables. Okay, this is I'm just doing for a better understanding. That is why when I have, created custom tables. So let me delete these two records. Yes, this button disabled. Let's try with some other table. I don't know why I'm getting this button as disabled suddenly. No, 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 no. Don't delete all, just delete this. Okay. And for the better readability here as well. Now we have grade 1 entry here only. I am unfortunately not able to understand why this is happening suddenly. Let me see if we have a TMG for it. Let's delete from patch. Okay. So now for the better readability, I have done everything. Now I'll quickly write the code and show it to you. Okay. So we have to select as header two corresponding fields of table IT header. Okay, this query can vary from person to person, from scenario to scenario. For the time being, I'm writing a very generic query. Okay, this is just to make you understand the concept, not the coding. Okay, into corresponding fields of table, what we have named it IT item, for all entries in IT header where SID is equal to IT header SID. Fine. Let's put another select as well, where we will be, getting the header order. So select star from ZZ tab underscore S shipment into corresponding fields of table IT shipment for all entries in IT header where SID is equal to IT's header SID. Fine. Now we got data. Now what we will do is we will populate this into our deep entity. So for that we need to do loop Okay, let's put the first loop at IT header into data. I'm doing an inline declaration here. Now move corresponding WA header to W deep entity. Then since these are two other internal tables, so what we will do is IT at item into data WA item. Then what we will do is, first thing is we will move corresponding WA item to W OData item. Okay, as we have created of that type, and then we will append our WA OData item to header to item navigation. Okay, and then we will be doing the similar task for move corresponding WA shipment to WA. So basically OData's shipment part, we will be moving it, and then we will be appending this OData shipment to deep entity structure. Okay, now this is done. This is done. Yes. Okay, I guess in the loops itself we should put where condition, where SID is equal to WA header, right? WA headers SID. Okay, and we should do the same thing here to match the where clause, where SID is equal to. We are good. Then what we will do is we did this. Okay, then what we should do next is we populated item, we populated shipment. Okay, then we have our deep entity ready. Okay, then we should basically append this work area now, deep entity work area. This is done, this is done. Then outside the loop we will append our navigation's name, spec clauses. We will be doing same thing again, but just changing the name. Okay, then we will be calling copy ref to data. Okay, you can do the same by pressing shift enter on your keyboard. Here we will pass deep entity, and here we will pass okay, what mistake I made. Okay, maybe for this purpose we should also put it here. Now we will register our service. Our method of zdeep entity underscore srv. So I'll quickly go to the gateway. Okay. I will figure out my service here, which is zdeep entity underscore srv. Okay, now let's copy this and run this. We will put the name of service here. Dollar expand name of the navigation. What it is, HDR or HRD? I forgot, sorry. HRD. To item navigation. We can call multiple navigations by HRD to ship navigation. Look, we are getting, this is header data, then this is shipment data. Okay, this is item data, basically the second table data, item data, and then we have this data. Okay, so this is how we do it. We can even put a debugger here if you want to debug it. Okay, we can run it for single association, multiple association by putting a comma. Okay, you can see how table is running, how you are getting data here. Okay, so this is how we maintain, navigation up to certain levels. Okay, this was for get deep expand entity. Okay, so get the data in an entity to maintain multiple navigations in an entity. Let's say now we have to do back. We have to create the data. So for create the data, what you have to do is you have to redefine method known as create deep entity. Okay, let's search for that method. Not create entity, this one, create deep entity. We redefine it. Okay, I'm also removing the code here for some better visibility. So what first thing you have to do is you have to define a work area to take the data. Okay, I will create a deep entity area. Then we will again create some internal areas about, internal tables. Where we are creating this internal tables, we are creating this internal tables to modify our custom table, to modify DDIC table. Okay, so for that, this internal tables are needed. Then to read data from the front end, we have already discussed this several times. Again, to repeat, we use a method known as read entity data. So I'll be quickly calling that method. Okay, Shift Enter I'm pressing on my keyboard. Okay, let me write it here as well. To get to do stuff like this, you can press Shift plus Enter on your keyboard. Okay. We'll remove this exception. We will be capturing this into the work area we have created. Okay, okay. It has to be work areas. Okay. One is the internal table, one is the work area. SID. Work area, deep entity. Okay. Then there could be multiple records there. So to handle that, we will also write it inside loop, where it will be into item navigation. Let's again give it a name. I'm giving it this name. Then what we have, item number. You should populate it from here, not from there. Then we have a reference for Martner. Got it? Then we can put same code for the shipment as well. Okay. And then we will modify our internal tables. Since we are updating this from work area, that will be a simple query. It is possibly a table. So we got this. Now what we will do is we will come here, and this little bit of things changes. We will use this as a request post. Okay, to get you better visibility here, I am just closing this also. In the post, I just kept the URL and the name of the entity. Okay, let me do one more thing. What did we do wrong now? Let's remove this first. Okay, sorry. Get. Okay, now we are about to get the data. We got the data. Now we will convert it into the format. Now we will do one thing here. Okay, the better visibility, I'm just closing this. We have to remove this post. Okay, you have to remove all this. We will just keep this order type. Okay, and then we will do is we will keep the name of the navigation. Order to item navigation. There are no results. We have to properly see the format navigation, comma, bracket start, bracket close. This all metadata stuff is not needed. Okay. Okay, so we have created sales order, close started. Make sure that all the brackets which are open are closed. We will give it as a new entity number here. And let's try to execute. Look, our table is created. The entry is created not only in header, it will also be updated in line items as well. Header to item navigation. Why it is not updated in navigation? Okay guys, did you see what mistake I made here? You can also see the gateway. I was just maintaining it directly here. Okay, so let's now change it for so this is my header table. Okay, I guess we don't need to put this. Yeah, the format gets a little tricky at the time. You have to be very cautious of this thing. Look at the one go. It updated both table and we can even put a debugger here. Okay. Let's go to the gateway again. Where is my gateway? Okay. So what we can do is we will be even going back from here to here. Okay. Look, let's get executed here. So here in the real time, we will be able to see that, what we are getting from gateway F6. Let's first see what we get into a deep entity. Since I have already passed here one navigation, so you'll be able to see it. You can even pass both the navigations. W header. Okay. So in the item, we are getting some data. And then it's updating the table. For this case, I guess we'll be getting an error because this already exists. Yeah, because this key already exists. But we have already seen that whenever the data is created, 500, 201 as a success response, is returned in case of a successful creation. Okay, so this is how we can, optimize our business processes instead of, having so many multiple URLs when the entities are interconnected. Consider them, making a deep entity. Okay, what more you can do is, instead of writing the code directly here, you can even create a Z function module where, you can write your valid business logic, then map that function module to create and get the data, taking reference from the older videos we have done, older sessions in which, where we are using data mapping to get and store data. And this way you will also be able to handle proper exceptions, or you can even we can do the exception handling as per our business logic, as per our requirement. So this was all about create, expand entity, and then how we can create deep entities the same way. But just one thing to remember here is that for the standard functions, always consider using the appropriate BAPIs instead of using directly putting into the modify or update statements, because the reason is already known that it can using update and modify directly on those custom tables can bring inconsistency in the data. Okay, so for that reason, consider using appropriate BAPIs, which are obviously a type of RFC only. Okay, function modules. So consider using appropriate BAPIs. Okay, and do appropriate error handling as well. Okay, so this was all for the deep entities today. I request all of you to go through the scenario again and consider making your all scenario different scenarios altogether.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP OData? Our course is your gateway to mastering it all, from beginner basics to advanced techniques. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. SAP OData is like a Swiss Army knife for managing supplies, ensuring everything from production to delivery runs smoothly. Learn from seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They will guide you through every step and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. And the best part? It's super affordable, so you can level up your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP OData whiz? Sign up now and start your journey. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
We will be discussing about the different query options in OData. Okay, so the first and foremost thing is, what are different query options in OData? In the different URLs, you must have seen like dollar filter, dollar something, or let it be anything. Okay, so we will be seeing some of the paging options, and how we do them, how we implement them, and what is the relevance of them. So what are the different query options available in the OData, SAP OData? So it's filter for dollar filter, projecting dollar select, paging dollar top, dollar skip, dollar line count, order by, dollar expand, which we have already seen kind of, how we make use the inlining process, dollar expand, and then count. Okay. So dollar filter statement can be compared with the where clause in the SQL syntax. Yes, very true. The dollar filter option in the query, it works very similar to the where clause of any select query. Okay, the dollar select statement is basically same as the select and okay, and we result get in HTTP methods dollar filter. So what do happens is, okay, whenever we have this query options, let's see how we work around them, and how we basically put a work around them. So what we'll be doing is, we'll be trying to understand here one by one that so The first option, let's say, which we have seen is $filter. Okay. The URLs are case sensitive, so we have to use them very cautiously. Okay, so $filter is like when you are getting some data and you want to segregate that data, you want to filter out that data on the basis of some condition. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll simply make one OData. Okay, I have made a custom table inspired from the last class. Okay, this table, if you'll see, have around several entries, 10, 12 entries, I guess, not more. Okay, 8 entries. Okay, so we will be first creating a entity get set method, okay, to get all the data results. And then we will be seeing how we put filter on it and how also we can pass select options, range of filters in the same query. We will be seeing both of these two options first. Okay, so let's quickly start. Go to gateway service and we will create a service. Let's close this project. Filter queries. We will import the entity type. Let's name it header only. Making sales order again now. A primary key. Okay. Now we will go to this method, service implementation get entity set method. So what we will do is we will go to this class. Okay, let's go to this class SC24 and let's try to find out that method. We'll re-implement this method. Select. This query is going to be very simple. Select star from Z table. It's called header into it descent. Let's try this way. Okay, let's register the service filter query. Select filter query. And we will be adding the selected service. Let's go back. Filter it. And we will run. Instead of seeing the metadata now, we will be directly running to the header set we have. And you will see that did we get all the data? Yes. Now we got all the data from the table we have. Okay. So now let's move to our first option, which is how we can put a filter on it. Okay. So to put a simple filter. So first thing we have is an IV filter string. Okay. So if we have to put one filter string, what we can do is simply we will write it as a filter and passing here the filter string. Okay, in this case, my URL will change a bit. Let me put a debugger as well to show you that how it works. Okay, so what I have to do at gateway is I have to put a sign dollar filter equals to name of the column where I want to put the filter. Let's say I only want to get, I would put a filter on SIT equals to, let's select particular value. At this moment, you can see we are getting all the values. Let's see, I want to get only this value. The value has to come in inverted commas. Okay, there are issues with space. What did we do wrong? Is it comma? Okay, I forgot to put basically a question mark here. Okay, look. Let's have a look how many records we got. Though we got only 16, but let's try to first. But why we did not get stopped here? Let's put the debugger again. That is a very strange thing. We are getting data correct, but why my debugger is not stopping is also very shock to me as well. Dollar filter SID is equal to 16. We are only getting one record. Filter query, filter query. That is a very, very shocking thing, to be honest. Because I intended to show you that how we get basically this value here in the filter string, but I don't know. Okay, let's look for the next thing. So again, to take it further, we have one standard class here using with the OData services only. The name of the class is SC24 and the class is IWEP /CL underscore MGW data util. Okay. So if you read at this description as well, minimal SAP gateway data utility class. Okay. So it has 3 methods and all methods are static only. It means the static method means you don't need to initialize the method whenever you have to call them. Okay, you can call them one by one. And for the filter tab, let's say for the multiple filtering option, you get data here in the signature. If you look carefully, we all have in the signature only. IT filter select option, IT paging. Okay, order by. So everything is already in the clause only. We just have to, look at it. So first thing is we will pass, multiple values of filter. So how we do that is we will call this method. Okay. In the select option, I'll comment this for the time being. And for this operation, what I'll do is we will declare two variables, id header type, reference to the class, MPC class, as we keep doing, zfilter query MPC extension. TT will give reference to table type header, and thus similarly we will do it for the work area if we need it. Okay. So now what we will do is, instead of putting it there, we will fetch it into our internal table. And then we will pass our filter table here. And changing data will be IT header. Okay. And then we will do copy data to ref. And then we will now pass this IT header to issue is not compatible type with formal parameters. CR data. Okay, let's try to do it in that way. In that case, I guess we can even directly handle it. I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, we are here. Then what we will do is we'll go here and we'll tweak our URL to a little bit equal to this. We have a range here from, where is my table there? Or table of data. Okay, this is my table. Let's look at its data. So the data range we have here is from, let's bycard the first and last. Okay. So greater than 1010101010, and then we will be putting and again the name column EQ and 10101010, and let's say 17. It has to be less than 17. Okay, my bad. I just put the equal to query, which seems to be not working here. It has to be GT. If we have to make it work, then this, and it should be LT here. So ideally, it should be greater than let's go and see where we are lacking. Ideally, yes, it works this way. We'll take filter select option and we will pass here IT set. Isn't my URL working for $filter? This is a bad request. Let's try to fix it together. What exactly is happening? I'm putting it greater than. Okay, let me start 11 in that case. No, it's actually not taking any of the filter. Why is it so? Because still it is getting me the entire data. MGB filtering, IT filter option, and it is like changing here. Yeah, but I guess this option also works with this filter query. Yeah, I believe this option is somewhere just to just to map the values itself. Okay, so we also have to make use of the filter string here. Then the next option is again this filter string take care of every parameter we pass. Okay, so again the next clause which we comes here is, and that's one a very important clause, is order by. Okay, so order by is like for anything by which you want to. Let me close this. You have seen that ID order is a thing. Okay, so what we will do is we'll close the signature. So let's say you want to, if you have seen right now, we are getting in a sales order ID in ascending orders. Okay, so order ID works in a way where you give the field name and the sort order. Okay, so the sort order can be ascending or descending. Right now we are getting data in ascending by default because this is the way in which table is sorted. Let me do it reverse for you. So we will do the same thing. We will call method of this class. Okay, let's go back to this class. We will call its method order by. Okay. In the order by, I have to pass IV order, if I'm not wrong, IT order it is. Okay, and then the changing, we have to pass the ETD entity set. Now what we have to do here is, we have to use let me first again show it to you. Now we are getting entire set 10, 11. Okay, let me do one thing. We'll order this in reverse order. So what we have to do is question dollar order by equals to SID DESC descending. So now data should come in descending order and it is coming here. 17A2 16A. So the entire data order is reversed. Okay. So in case you want to sort your data in either of the order, this order by query always comes to your rescue. Okay. So let's go back to our class. The another method here is a paging method. Okay. So in paging method, we generally control the two methods, two filter options, which are the top and skip. Okay. Dollar top and dollar skip. Okay, so these two options are very important when it comes to reporting via OData. Let's say you have to show top 5 things, and probably sometimes you have customizations like this, that you first skip 2 and then show next 5 like this. Okay, so the dollar top will show you the top 5 records. Let's say we put dollar top is equal to 5. So what will happen is it will show you 5 records of all the records, top 5 records. And let's say you put a combination of dollar top and dollar skip. So what will happen is if dollar top is equal to 5 and dollar skip is equal to 2, so in the URL first 2 records will be skipped and next top 5 will be shown. Okay. So it may seems easy at this time, but in real time scenarios when we have dynamic reporting requirement, this two options seems to comes to our rescue, and they seems to be of great use. Okay, so let's have a look how we use them. So again, we have to call that method of the class paging. Okay, I'm pressing shift enter again and again. So in paging, what we have to pass is, let's check the signature. Okay, you have to check the is paging. Okay, and then here we have to pass the ER ET identity set. Now we will go to this URL. We will first see dollar top is equal to 5. So look, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are only getting 5 record. In the similar way, whatever number you will give here, you will get that number of records. Now, since we have already seen, right now we are only seeing the top 5 records. Let me put 10 it in combination with dollar skip and dollar skip is equal to 2. Now it should ideally skip the 1 0 and 1 1 record. Okay, and it shall show me the next records. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Yes, it's skipped. Look, 1 0 and 1 1 are not coming, and it gently skipped to the next records. Okay, and let's see if we can merge more query options here. I'm just trying it here. Format and dollar format is equal to JSON. Oh, look, in the similar way. So what happens is we can even compare more dollar options. Now we are getting this in the dollar format. Okay. So this were some of the paging options we had, and in this case, this class is very important. So at least I don't assume, or I don't expect to remember the full class, but at least remember something like data util exists, so that with the help of F4 in the SAP, you can search it and then you can call it. Okay. So this way we implement different query options in our SAP, and we get data on the front end. Okay, filter option is very frequently used because in most of the scenarios, filter data will be coming from the front end, and then we will be passing results on the basis of the filter request we received. Whereas order by and paging techniques are also important, but generally it depends from scenario to scenario. Okay, you if order by paging, order by filter query, order by query is very important when it comes to sorting of data. There are scenarios when you probably need to sort your data by the, let's say, creation date, or by, let's say, the approval date. Okay, so in those scenarios, this creation date is of great rescue. Okay, so the order by clause is of great rescue. Okay, it works similar to as it works in the filter query. Sorry, it works in the select query that you order by data. Filter is similar to the where clause, and the top and skip works in its own manner to help us in building a good reporting manual in the auditor.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a core principle of the OData protocol? Option A, queryable. Option B, stateless. Option C, secure. Option D, relational. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP OData? Our course is your gateway to mastering it all, from beginner basics to advanced techniques. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. SAP OData is like a Swiss Army knife for managing supplies, ensuring everything from production to delivery runs smoothly. Learn from seasoned pros who've been in the game for ages. They will guide you through every step and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. And the best part? It's super affordable, so you can level up your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP OData whiz? Sign up now and start your journey. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.